about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Scarlet. How are you doing today?
Doing good. Doing good.
Hey, so we actually talked before a lot back on the GamerGate debate subreddits, and also I
Yep.
believe I interviewed you back during GamerGate as well.
Funny part, yes, because I think I saw a link about it, but I have absolutely no recollection of that happening. So apparently it happened. I don't remember anything.
Well, it was a long time ago, and I interviewed probably over 100 people. So
Yeah. And I was in a bunch of streams as well, so I don't remember all of them.
yeah. Well, hey, dude, back during GamerGate, man, you and we were in the trenches debating this stuff every day, pretty much.
I like my impression is has always been that there were several different trenches. I always heard these arguments that people were bitching about in fighting, and I was part of it definitely. So
Well, hey, you're a game developer, an indie dev, right?
so about that, I definitely was back in 2014. I don't think that at this point is still valid to call myself that because I'm a house husband right now. I've been for 7 years and I've done absolutely nothing in the video game industry for almost a decade. Just like, so I've been one. I might do something still, but I'm treating it like a hobby, and I don't guarantee that I will ever come up with anything. So I don't know if it's fair to call myself a game developer at this point, but I was at the time.
Well, what projects did you work on?
Uh, I I made 4 games, mostly for the mobile market back in Italy. Uh, so there were a couple of games for the Gormiti IP. It's an Italian IP for kids. I made a soccer game and I made a platformer for mobile called Cupets.
All right, all right. So you were an indie developer at the time. What made you get
Yep.
involved with GamerGate?
Well, I got involved basically a month after the thing kind of exploded. Um, I was a game developer, and as a game developer, I was also a reader of Gamma Sutra. At the time. Um, they were more oriented towards the industry rather than just do, the old reviews or stuff like that. They were talking more about the tech. They were talking about how the industry is moving. Um, and I remember that I I saw some articles. I'm not sure, but I believe it was from League Alexander, which already had a certain reputation. But basically, it was a month into the whole controversy, and they were starting to ask game developers. I remember Nintendo was mentioned to basically pick a side in this. And the article started to be a little bit like um some people were commenting on it and they were pushing it way more than the actual comment was. When people were not talking about it, they were like, oh, they declined to comment on this thing, and it's like they're just trying to do business. It's that they don't want to be involved in what frankly there was nothing to be involved if we were in the industry. And then you started to see the people at the fuck, how is it called, the game dev community. I've been so far away from this for so many years that I'm starting to forget all the names of the things that were involved. The GDC, was it?
Yes, Game Developers Conference.
Yeah, the Game Developer Conference. Yeah, where basically people that were in, I don't want to say in the position of power, but at the very least in the position of prestige, like founders, etc., that started to threaten people to blacklist them from the industry if they were anywhere near the controversy and if they were not talking in favor of certain people. And I felt like that was pushing it, as in I felt like this was a matter between some people and the game journalists. And that's where I started to look it up. I saw the various the mailing list, the Game Journal Pro. I saw that there was, in fact, there were cases where there were people that uh, needed to disclose the the contacts that they had with developers because they were all friends. It has always been an incestuous relationship between game journalists and game developers. But this came from like this came after a lot of other scandals. And I've not been into any of this for a while, but I remember, was it Max Payne, the game where basically a game journalist has been basically kicked out because it didn't give a good enough rating to a game,
Oh, Kane and
and they were
Lynch.
sponsoring. Kanan, right, right. So it's something that was a long time coming, and my impression was that they were strong arming developers into taking their side when there was a lot going on that was wrong in game journalism at the time.
Yeah, so hey, I keep this pretty free form. We do have a list of questions to go through, but do you want to
Yeah.
tell me your GamerGate story, Scarlet?
Well, I got involved around a month after it started, so I believe it started in August, right? Like
Yes, 2014.
roughly. So yeah, I remember when I think I saw something like maybe five guys started, and honestly, my entire life I never gave a fuck. I think that was stupid. Uh, but I went to a vacation for a couple of weeks and didn't check anything, and then I returned home and everything exploded. These articles came out. The various gamers are that was already out for a while, but I saw it, and frankly I thought it was just stupid, because why would you write something like that? Like, I wasn't offended or anything. It's just you're talking about your entire audience, pretty much. And I expected them to, turn back at a certain point, but they doubled down, and that was something that I couldn't understand, to be honest. I started to get involved in the discussion, and I saw it was very polarized. But there were a lot of, like, I've always been extremely liberal. I still am, and everything. But there was a lot of situation where it was just pure tribalism, where it's not really ideological. It's just everybody was trying to gain points for their own faction, even though they were accusing people of doing exactly what they were doing. And this happened in both sides. I just you know, I had a problem with how game journalism was conducted, and I picked a side. But that is just by interacting with with the operations they were called. Um, if I remember correctly, Disrespectful Nod was the one where we contacted the sponsors and stuff, right?
Yes.
And I feel like I always had um realistic expectation, which is, well, this is going to create noise, and I don't want to say scare people, but create a situation that is uncomfortable enough that people will try to start and take measures to come at the table. And I think that that table happened. Like, to me, the the apex of Gamergate was that discussion between Total Biscuit and Steven Totilo of Kotaku. And honestly, I think it was great. Like, they had a discussion for, like, I think, a couple of hours, and they started to discuss, disclaimers and how um certain ties were not disclosed, certain way of conducting business for game journalism were very casual. And I feel like they never understood that they're not bloggers. They are talking about an industry that is bigger than music and movies at this point. And it needs to be treated with a certain level of respect and responsibility. Um, I think that was great. I believe that since then we are seeing people actually disclosing stuff. Like, I've never seen people having disclaimers at the beginning of an article before, and now it happens all the time. And that's what I wanted for the most part. There's other stuff that I wanted, but I simply know that I would never obtain them. Like, it would be great if they had a different kind of revenue rather than being paid by the same people that they have to review, because obviously that nobody is going to trash a game of someone that pays you basically your entire salary with sponsors. But I understand that that is a difficult thing to solve, because where are they getting the money? But for the
Speaking,
rest,
God,
yeah, go ahead.
speaking about overcoming tribalism, there was a pretty famous moment during Gamergate when you actually married an anti-Gamergate person.
Yeah, yeah, it happened because, to be honest, again, I I picked a side by participating in the operations. But to be honest, I always had a relatively okay relationship with many that were against Gamergate. I was I was always recognized as a person that speaks well and logically, and is not just trying to earn points or stuff like that. And I also someone that when was seeing something that was not okay on my side, was not staying silent. So yeah, we started talking. We had a smaller group. I think you mentioned it before, like the GG After Dark.
Yes.
And yeah, we basically found out that we were both in relationships that weren't really working, and now we've been married for 7 years.
Perhaps it would be better if I asked your partner about this, but the Gamergate After Dark project, this was sort of an attempt to bring both sides together, you could say. An attempt to
I
get the
mean,
people to talk about something other than Gamergate for a minute and just recognize each
you
other as people.
you make it sound like intentional or part of the conversation, but really what it is that in against Gamergate, the debate subreddit, uh, that was pretty much a community where we were discussing and we were fighting with each other and everything, but some people wanted to hang out without that, and we did. That's all there is, though. It's just people that met on Reddit, and I don't think that the fact that it came out from Gamergate was particularly relevant, as in the discussion there was not even there. As a matter of fact, and I've been uninvolved for a while on that, but I am still in the GG After Dark Discord now, and I'm a moderator there, technically, so that's still a thing.
Strange, nobody invited me. Gosh.
Well, yeah, because you were not part of it, and it's like 12 people that know each other. It's not an open invite, has never been, to be honest.
Yeah, I did post there a little bit, but
When was on Slack.
oh
Oh, no,
no
no,
no
no.
back
You
on
mean the
the
Reddit?
back on
Reddit.
the Reddit.
Oh, okay, okay. So on Reddit, yes, there was GG After Dark, but to be honest, it was dead. And it was mostly dead because, again, before it was on Slack and now it's on Discord, people basically created this community and we were talking to each other on that. So it was kind of dead on arrival, the Discord, like the subreddit. Like it wasn't really active.
Yeah, I know it. Well, I don't know if that's entirely fair. It seemed like it was pretty active for like the first couple months.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Here's what happened. What happened is that we opened that, some people came in, and then they opened GG Free for All, and everybody went there to shitpost. That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened. I remember that. Well, it's so funny too because you know you say it wasn't like a deliberate thing, but After Dark and Free for All were almost polar opposites of each other. One was this sort of, you know, it it seemed like it was this attempt to bring people together from across the aisle. After Dark was,
Yeah.
and then Free for All was blood sports. Come here and duke it out. No rules.
So here's the thing. I cannot say for sure because I'm not the one that opened it. But I get the feeling that GG Free for All was more of a um, was almost a dare from certain people that were mostly on the anti side, uh, because people in Gamergate constantly asked for a place that was not heavily moderated. And basically, they went, "Oh yeah, okay, we're going to do it, and we're going to fucking shit on each other all day." And that's, I think, how it was born. I also was supposed to be one of the head moderators in GG Discussion. Honestly, GG Discussion is something that was born from me and Bushfluff at the beginning. When we left GG free for with GG against Gamergate, actually. Because the last time that I left it as moderator, I kind of killed it. And that was the second time. But yeah, the whole discussion in against Gamergate kind of was a mess. There were giant problems with the moderation, and nobody wanted to make it a place where the opposite side had a say, basically.
Well, you and I are both very heavily invested in those communities against GamerGate and the
Yep.
other and its, I guess, successor, GGDiscussion.
Well, honestly, GGDiscussion, uh, what happened is that uh, Bashfluff, in my opinion, jumped the gun, opened it, wanted me as a moderator, but called a whole bunch of people, and to be honest, some that I was like, I spent 3 years fighting with what was his name, Hoax One,
Yeah.
uh, and I found myself with a moderator team that I felt was the Hoax One of the other side, and I was no. I'm sorry, no. I if we want to have a place where we're going to be vaguely civil, that's fine. But I don't think that this is going to happen here, and I don't want to spend more years on this. And to be honest, again, I felt like at that point the conversation was dead. I I can suspect some of the things that are conversation that are still hanging around in the GamerGate discussion, like all the things about like for example lately there's discussions about Castlevania Nocturne, how they changed characters, how there's force diversity. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm a big fan of Castlevania. Did I like that they changed the law? No. Do I have to be mad about it? No. I enjoyed it. I was okay. There's a bunch of things that I didn't enjoy, and I don't watch them. That's fine. Like, I just don't have the energy or the intention to be like this perpetually mad person that rages against media. Like, it's fine. If I don't like something, I don't watch it, and that's it.
Well, perhaps to your surprise, I'm much the same way. I don't view
Hmm?
myself as a culture warrior, though perhaps
Yeah.
a little bit I did engage in that stuff a little bit back in the day. I'm sure you recall we had some
Yeah,
disagreements.
absolutely. The funny part about the culture war and between the questions there were like, oh, do you think this was the first battle of the culture war? No, because if I was treating it like the culture war, I was clearly on the other side. My main thing, I feel like there's a group of people like me. As a matter of fact, we made. Let me see if I can find it. I remember that I made a subreddit called AGG Rogues, and it's a secret subreddit, but basically was all the moderators of AGG that were not uh, hoax and other people like that. And we were discussing, okay, what the fuck do we want to do? Because the moderation team is fucked. But there's a bunch of people, Collision NZ, Quiet Thinker, Unconfidence, Paladin Lost. And I think those were the people that I was more aligned with. And almost all of them are not American. And that was significant because one of the issues that, like, the issues that people had, for example, with Anita Sarkeesian and her examination, I disagree with what she has to say. But it's okay to disagree on the internet, okay? If I were to do a war of everyone that has an opinion that I do not agree with on the internet, I will be at it all day, every day. It's like, it's impossible to. It's just people were so unable to accept that someone might have a different idea. And also, there was a lot of criticizing games or content based on a very American perspective, especially when it comes to objectification and stuff like that. And most of those games are Japanese. They have a different culture. It's okay if you don't embrace it, but they don't have to change for you. I've read lately a review of Dragon's Crown Pro, which is kind of a re-edit, and they were shocked that they didn't change the art style. The art style is the selling point. They were saying, why is the marketing team not stopping them? Because the artists own the software house. They're the bosses. Nobody's telling them to change shit. Like, people don't have to change for your opinion. Your only option is, I don't like this, I'm not going to buy it. And that's it.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
there's
Go ahead.
but there's always been a lot of people that are either this offends me so it shouldn't exist. A lot of people that are like, oh, this is forced inclusivity. And it's like, forced by who? There's nobody that is forcing anyone to do anything. There are some companies that really care about backlash and marketing, and they do everything they can to be absolutely in line with what marketing says and try to not bother anyone. And to be honest, they kind of suck. Like, I'm talking about companies like Ubisoft and Electronic Arts, like that try to go with what sells, even if it's completely soulless. And everybody else, if they change something or if they included something, is not because they were forced by a mob, it's because they felt that way. And sometimes they feel like that way after backlash. Like, there's definitely some people that hear backlash from someone who says, oh, the cast is not diverse enough, and they think, oh, you know what, you're right. Let's make something. But people are not bullied into self-censoring or stuff like that. They either want to maintain the peace anyway because that was always the selling. Like, they are always trying to make things as little controversial as possible and do everything that the market says, or they do it because they agree.
Yeah, I'm
I
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I think we're very much in agreement here. Like I am perfectly fine with people criticizing games and expressing viewpoints, and if the developers want to listen to that viewpoint, like, hey, look, that's an interesting point. I hadn't considered that. I think that's 1,000% fine. But do you think there was anything to these mobs originally from the far right, before GamerGate, and then it became like the far left, um, trying to use shaming tactics, seemingly, where they'd get thousands of people on Twitter to all DM and tweet at and email developers demanding they take stuff out, like change the cover, things like this. And then also
I
the
mean,
right wing later did the same thing too, with like the forced diversity quote unquote stuff. I
I
was opposed
mean,
to all of that.
absolutely, but it's nothing new. Like, first of all, it's definitely culturally American because we don't have a lot of that in any shape or form outside. Like, America always had changed cover art and stuff like that because apparently people cannot handle it here. Uh, but also, you had the satanic panic in the 80s. As in, that's nothing new. There's always been mobs of people on either side of every spectrum that were just unreasonable and wanted all the culture to change the way that they wanted. And they also never won and never will, to be honest. Like, again, it's a few people with a blog asking people that are selling millions of copies of their IP to change it because they're offended in their blog. It's not gonna happen. Like, why would they? They're selling millions of copies of whatever they're doing.
Well, they did though, right? They did change the cover of the
Oh yeah,
comic
they
book.
change,
They did. They did do the Pillars of Eternity controversy. They did force them to change the joke. Like they
but
were successful for a while.
but here's the thing. Like, it's not really forced. When people change a cover is because it's very low effort for the payback that you get. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to change the cover and I'm going to silence these morons. It's not, oh no, we need to cave in, otherwise we're ruined. Nobody's ruined if they don't do that. It's just easier sometimes and they don't give a fuck about doing it. You know? Like, there's definitely an element on both sides. There's definitely an element where the people that are the craziest are also the loudest, and some people feel like they have to police themselves to be accepted. But but what I can see, that's more of a fear than an actual concern, as in I never saw anyone go against those mobs and paying the price for it, you know? As in, I have yet to see a video game that got controversies from some lunatics, and then those lunatics won because they didn't cave in and the game is ruined.
Do
It's
you?
just
Oh, good.
no, no, go.
You mentioned like the satanic panic in the 80s. I think there's like a very much a through line where I agree this is something that happens throughout history. There's always these moral panics that come up every decade or two where it's some new thing, rock and roll, it's metal
Yeah,
music, it's rap music, it's Dungeons and Dragons, it's video games, it's comic books, it's whatever. And they do always lose, but I think the way I saw it, and maybe you'll disagree, I don't know. But the way I saw it is like they lost because people were willing to stand up to them.
I mean, yes and no, as in, yes, probably they lost because people were willing to stand up for it, but the truth is that people always stood up for it, and not necessarily in a loud way, as in, it didn't, like, when people were burning, like, records of rock and roll, that didn't stop rock and roll, and standing up to it was not that complicated. You was just going to a store and buying your record. And other people were going to the store but buying the record to burn it, and they still paid the artist. Like, it was just dumb. And most protests of that way are dumb because they're not effective. Until you stop people from actually enjoying and buying the things that they do, you cannot be effective. And they cannot do that because everybody that is a fan of what they're criticizing consider them assholes. Like, quite frankly.
Some
So
people would say, "Oh, good."
yeah, yeah,
Some people would say that when they went after video games in the 90s and the 2000s, the games press stood up and was like, "Hey, look, these Christian Bible thumpers who want to take away our games are full of shit." But that when the same sort of thing happened, but from a left-wing perspective, a lot of the games journalists decided that they were going to be silent on it, or even in some cases side with the censorious mob. Like there was a Vice Waypoint article, for instance, where they said that Cindy was one loose thread away from indignity in Final Fantasy 16, and that he thought that the game developer would have seen the outrage and changed it, but no. So he criticized the game because they didn't cave to the mob.
yeah, yeah. But that's what I'm talking about. Uh, there's a lot of complaints like that, and there's always been, and people generally do not cave unless they agree and accept the argument, and most of the times they don't. the game journalists maybe like first of all, I feel even at the time it's difficult to talk about game journalists like they're a monolith because there were people that were not. As a matter of fact, it became a lot polarized because of that. Um, who was the escapist? I think
Yeah.
was one of those that were actually not like that and was praised by Gamergate, but really they were just voicing their own opinion. But most importantly, um, game journalism as a written form was already on the way down, while a lot of YouTube reviews and like the YouTuber was raising up as a figure, and a lot of YouTube was on the other side. It's just a different kind of media that followed a different kind of opinion. And but honestly, there was in different doses, but there were both opinions on both sides, as in there were a lot of videos on YouTube that were on quote unquote our side of the discussion, and there were a lot of people that had like I remember Forbes writing stuff about Gamergate
Eric
that
Kane.
was yeah, Eric Kane, yeah, like people remember more clearly the things that they're raging against. And I don't want to say that it was balanced because, yeah, definitely there was an imbalance. And again, there was a whole mailing list with people that were like discussing these things. So it was somewhat aligned and they were getting into it together. The whole articles, gamers are dead that appeared on a whole bunch of publications. Like there was definitely some kind of concerted effort, but at the same time, that wasn't the whole conversation. And various people had different opinions. The main thing that didn't really have much of a different opinion is how Gamergate was seen. But to be honest, I didn't expect it to be seen in a different way because it was very lawless. Like everybody was in the way that they wanted to. There was a bunch of trolls that were in Gamergate or outside. They were people that were just looking at the margin and just trying to shit post. Uh, so I didn't expect people to see Gamergate favorably. What I expected is to create the kind of chaos that led people, exactly like it happens with video games when someone criticizes it, to say, okay, should we do some disclosure just to pacify a little bit of this mess? And a lot of people said yes. They didn't say, oh, because of Gamergate, we're doing this and we're caving in. Absolutely. They would never say it. But it was easier for them to start to take things seriously instead of doubling down at a certain point. And it worked.
You mentioned it was lawless. Can you define what Gamergate was?
No, I don't think anyone can. Like, and honestly, I feel like Gamergate was something completely different from for everybody that has been in any way involved in it. As in, people say it's a movement, but it's a movement that is not moving all in the same direction because it wasn't. It's an hashtag, but there's a lot of people that were not even on Twitter doing it. It was very amorphous. There's a lot of people that say that they are in Gamergate, but they never participated in any of the operations. Uh, there were people that participated in the operations and then never discussed it, never got into a discussion about Gamergate with anyone. They just sent the emails and stayed silent for the rest. It was a mess, but it was what anyone wanted to make it out of. Like it's and it started for different people. It started in a different way for a different reason. Like a lot of people say Gamergate started with five guys, and I don't give a fuck of five guys.
Me
even
either.
today. Like like the thing that is absurd to me is that even if someone wanted to believe the whole Five Guys story, which was absurd, because you cannot take a story about someone sleeping with five people from the ex of that girl. Like, it's not exactly the most objective person to ask the story for. But even if that was true, that's not her fault. If there is a journalist that is compromising what he's writing because he's sleeping with someone, it's about that journalist. It's not about the girl. The girl is not like has nothing she's compromising her integrity on. She's just making video games.
Yeah, I
But
agree. And oh, God, Scarlet.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is perhaps worth exploring because I agree with you, and I never cared about the whole Zoe Quinn thing except for like the part with Nathan Grayson. I never read the Zoe post or anything. Recently, like in the past couple of weeks, like past like few days, or well, like I guess like week and a half, um, I've been sort of confronted with this because I've talked with someone recently. I even interviewed her, Cece. Do you remember
Mhm.
Silverwolf Cece?
Not really, but to be honest, again, it's almost been a decade. Like it's been a while, and I definitely moved on a lot of things. So no, I don't really. I don't think I interacted directly with her a lot. So
Okay. She interviewing her and talking with her off air. She has a very like unique perspective of this because like she knows the guy who wrote that blog post,
hmm
and she sent me some stuff like some articles and stuff like this. And it's like, well, this isn't really Gamergate related stuff, but it might be. Maybe I was too harsh to dismiss this because it seems like from what little I've read so far looking into this, it does look like the guy who made the blog post, should he have made the blog post about his ex-girlfriend? Probably not. But like
yeah,
but at the same time, like I'm confronted with this evidence that like maybe he also did get kind of fucked over kind of bad too. Like in the sense not just the infidelity, like people get cheated on a lot, that sucks, I get it.
sure,
Um but in regards to his own personal reputation having been smeared and
yeah. But let's talk about it. Two people have a bad breakup and one of the two gets fucked over on social media, like how new it is. How many cases there are of that? Why is it relevant on anything that has to do with video games? Like, I can even believe him. I can believe on everything that he wrote. Why is it relevant? Why
I
is it
agree.
a video game issue? Because it's not. It's really not. Is whatever happens between two people or five for that matter in the bedroom is their fucking business.
Yeah, I agree with you, Scarlett. I'm very sex positive and very
Yeah,
left wing too. But it's just and obviously it's not Gamergate related. But
yeah,
the thing that I'm sort of like struggling with a little bit personally is that I'm a sort of like I'm a journalist. I think of this project as an act of journalism. And
okay.
so if this topic comes up, like in the past, anytime it's come up, I've been like, oh, I don't care about that, right? That's all I'd say, and that'd be like the end of it. Um, but now it's like, am I doing justice to Zoe Quinn? Am I doing justice to Aaron Joni? By being so dismissive of them in this written work and in this broadcasted stream? Am I doing justice by them as individuals, as people, as a journalist? And I don't. And or am I dismissing their story completely out of hand?
Sure. Here's my opinion, and here's the main problem that was with Gamergate. There's a lot of people that some people predates it, some people joined after that saw the drama and they just wanted to make it into their own thing. There's a bunch of people like people say, "Oh, GamerGate is misogynist, GamerGate is far right, and stuff like that," and it's not because everybody was different and nobody had a reaction, but it's absolutely true that there's a lot of people that were anti-feminist or that were extreme right wings that try to attach themselves to it and try to push people to the side and make it into a breeding ground, which I don't know how effective it was. I'm pretty sure that everybody that started Gamergate and was right wing is still right wing, and people that were at the very least like a little bit conscious about their political alignment and they were left wing, they stay left wing because if you changed your ideals because of Gamergate, those ideals were not really that solid, you know? Like there was nothing to flip your political allegiance in there. But yeah, like a lot of people were pushing for stuff like that because they were making the arguments, oh yeah, she's a whore. Like, who cares? She's she's a woman that can do whatever she wants. That's it. You're just mad on behalf of a guy that you don't know about a relationship you don't know because you do hate women. Like that's you rant too much about what is happening on fuck, I don't even remember now. On Tumblr about feminists that are too promiscuous and like that has nothing to do with video games or journalism. Like there's a lot of people that were talking about a lot of shit that didn't had any space in the conversation, but they made it the conversation because that's what they were about. So I will stay away from that. Not even because you're making justice for one person or the other, but because they're not relevant to the discussion. They're just people polluting the water and doing that from the beginning.
Okay. Well, hey, Scarlet, I do appreciate your feedback on that. I do.
Right? That's my opinion.
Now, I think we've talked about this before. And for you, Gamergate was just about games journalism, right?
Well, yeah. To be honest, it was. There was again. It's all about video games in any way. There was definitely something about the culture and how uh people perceived certain things, but it was always about video games, though specifically. And yeah, no, I think that the rest was honestly kind of a distraction.
I agree. Gamergate was about video games. A thousand
And
percent.
and you know, I was branded as an ethic only cuck. And I wore that as a badge because yeah, that's why I'm here. But I absolutely admit a lot of people were not there for that. Like when people were um, mocking Gamergate, saying is actually about game ethics in game journalism. Uh, it bothered me a little bit because it was for me, but I know that it wasn't for a lot of people. And
I
also, I was a game developer. I don't know why a lot of people that were nowhere near the industry were so passionate about something that was not touching them in any possible way.
Yeah, for me personally, Gamergate was about ethics like you, but it was also about creative freedom. I viewed those as the two prongs of Gamergate, the two
Yeah.
parts of the conversation. Now, I did also talk about culture war issues, but I distinguished that very not always clearly, but sometimes clearly. I distinguished that as being separate from Gamergate. I'm like, hey, look, I
Okay.
also have some political opinions. That's not a Gamergate
Sure.
thing. That's a separate
Sure.
thing. You know, that's
And
that's how
that's
I saw it.
allowed.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about creative freedom, and I mean, I kind of already talked about it, but The thing is that it's a discussion that was worth having because it was a big topic for everybody involved. But again, I never felt like that was in actual danger. I always felt like people that want to make games in a certain way were able to make games in the way that they wanted to make them. I remember that the big ones that were criticized at the time was The Witcher. Its cast is not diverse enough. And what did they do? Nothing. They continue to make The Witcher. They continue to make the way that they wanted. It continued to sell million of copies. Like that was not that was not a danger at any point. It was a discussion worth having. Like people that want to discuss the topic of whether or not games should be more inclusive, whether or not a game should be criticized if it's not. It's a discussion worth having as long as we admit that our influence in what happens in the industry is absolutely zero. Because it is. I remember people wanted to ban hatred from Steam.
Yeah.
I remember a lot of people trying to steer the video game industry to cater to what they cared about. And it didn't. Or at least not in the way they wanted, as in right now we still have people complaining about both sides. We have people complaining that some games are not diverse enough. We have people complaining about some games that are too diverse, that is forced diversity. And the truth is that everybody creates whatever the fuck they want, and that these rants are honestly, they've become so ubiquitous that they're just noise at this point. And you also see the opposite complaints on the same game. Like there are games that are branded both not diverse enough and too diverse and forced diversity, which is paradoxical. But the gaming industry is not there to completely cater to only you. There's something like 2 billions of video gamers in the world from different culture with different ideas, and there's so many games that come out every day. If you want something that does things the way you want, you find them. If you want the entire industry to only do what you want, you're never going to have it.
And I think that's beautiful. I think it's beautiful that
Oh,
gaming
absolutely.
is big enough for all types of people. For people who like Gone Home, and people who like Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, and people who like Grand Theft Auto and Hatred.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you consider yourself a gamer?
Well, definitely.
What does that term mean to you?
I mean, it's gaming is a hobby, but for me, I started gaming when I was 4 years old. I built most of my friendships through gaming. In a sense, I had at least two relationships with gamer girls, one of which I married. Uh, it's just it's my main hobby, which means that becomes part of a culture. You know, as in I can discuss things about gaming with people that live on the other side of the planet and we understand each other. That's what it is. And it's not only with gaming, like it happens with music, it happens with comic books, with movies, like people get an understanding with each other even though they live completely different lives. And I think it's beautiful.
That term gamer, is it gendered to you?
No, actually, my life has been defined by a lot of gamer girls in my life. So, absolutely not. During the conversation of Gamergate, though, and I discovered it at the time, I have to admit the way video games have been marketed in America is a lot more gender than how it was marketed in Europe. In Europe, we were saying in commercials, there were girls playing video games, and the same commercials that aired in the United States, way less. I'm talking mostly late 80s, early 90s, like that period. Uh, Honestly, I don't even know if we still have commercials on TV for video games at this point. Like people watch Netflix now. They don't really watch cable. But yeah, there's something to be said there on how things were marketed. But again, it was mostly an American issue.
On August 28th, 2014, obviously the
Yep.
first 10 Gamers Are Dead articles dropped, and then 9 more articles dropped in the coming days, declaring an end to the gamer identity. We've talked about this a little bit.
Yep.
Why do you think they wrote these articles and all at the same time?
Well, I mean, again, we know that there was a mailing list, and I am not sure, and I definitely don't remember at this point, but I believe that all the articles were written by mostly people that were involved in that mailing list. Um, they they had a common chip on their shoulder about what was happening, and they decided to write very similar posts. And I think it was dumb. I I don't feel like there was too much reason to be offended as much as there was a reason to look at it and just go, wow, that's a dumb move. Why why would you shit on your own market? Because the truth is that if you're not catering to gamers, who are you catering to as a game journalist? Like, what is the alternative? And sure, it was a little bit of double speech, really, because they didn't mean gamers as a whole. It's just specific gamers that are embracing certain things, etc. Still dumb, in my opinion. As in, I don't feel like game journalism was doing so good that they could afford to alienate so many people. And I think that the medium was already dying, mostly to YouTube, and it continued to die to YouTube. It's not completely dead, but the only times I read articles about video games is when someone mentions the articles on video games. Like, I don't find myself browsing a lot of that. Sometimes I search for a game for information and I find an article, but I don't really, I don't know, open Kotaku every day to see what the articles are. I stumble on them mostly. Which also means that I would never stumble on an editorial like Gamers Are Dead, because my search are gamers dead? As in, what I search for is the title of a game, and I look at what comes up. So yeah, I think it was just a dumb move, but was the signal of what was about to come with the whole Gamergate controversy. That like game journalism really got embattled against, to be honest, a subsection of gamers. Because let's face it, there's a whole bunch of gamers that were okay with the article and were okay with that examination. Like, people that were against Gamergate were not anti-gamers. They were gamers themselves for the most part. Like, let's not think now that one side represented gamers and the other side represented people that hate gamers.
Now, part of the reason the articles came out is perhaps because they wanted to cover up some of the discussions that were happening about their own ethical failings. But why do you think they decided to go this route and make these gamers are dead articles instead of just saying, hey, look, we made a couple mistakes, let's slap a couple people on the wrist, implement a couple reforms, and call it a day, and everyone goes home? Why not just do that?
So honestly, like we call the series of articles "Gamers Are Dead," and that is not exactly a quote, but is very similar to what Lee Alexander wrote on Gamma Sutra. I feel like that is the main one, and then there was a bunch of others. And to be honest, the language and the tone of it's kind of very different in all of the articles. Like they were all kind of saying the same thing, but the tone was definitely different. In the case of Lee Alexander, uh, she definitely had a chip on her shoulder. She had this whole thing where, and I believe her and everything, where she's a girl that was told you cannot play video games, you're a girl. And this story happened, but at a certain point you need to move past that and realize that you gamed your whole life, you're writing about gaming, and you outlive whatever quote unquote trauma you got through. As in, it's okay, it's not going to affect anyone. uh but in general, everybody was kind of concerned about the Gamergate thing. And again, it's wrong to paint Gamergate like that because there were issues and everything, and they were absolutely legitimate. But there were also definitely assholes that were like doing their own thing for their own reasons and kind of poisoning the well. So I kind of get it, but I wish that they were a little bit more on point instead of going to paint with a giant brush everybody that was involved in the discussion. Was it to cover the wrongdoing? The only reason I don't think it was is because a lot of those people didn't think that they were doing anything wrong. So they didn't think they had anything to cover in the first place.
Well, you mentioned Leia Alexander, though, guy. Let me pull up
Yeah.
my giant archive here.
Well,
Well, Leia
Leo,
Alexander was specifically one of the people who, prior to Gamergate, was involved in some major ethical violations involving ananthropy. She wrote 8 articles, later a ninth article, but that was after Gamergate started. But she wrote 8 articles where she didn't disclose that her and Anthropy were friends. They publicly discussed going to dinner together on at least 2 occasions,
yeah,
and had regularly talked on Twitter uh, multiple times, multiple super long conversations in many cases, and setting up plans
sure,
in real life since October 2010. And
absolutely.
another Twitter user had contemporaneously believed that they were friends in 2010. So it seemed
Yeah,
like she was specifically implicated in the corruption scandal.
yeah, but the thing is that, well, I agree with that, and I absolutely, if she's writing about someone that is a friend and and she has a personal relationship with, I want that disclosed at the very least. I think that she shouldn't write about it in the first place, but if you do, at least disclose the relationship. But I don't think that she was trying to cover that up simply because I don't think that she thought she was doing anything wrong. And I don't think that anyone that did those things thought that they were doing anything wrong, and it's just because they weren't taking their job seriously. They weren't thinking, "Oh, we need disclosure. We we can influence like this giant industry, so we should treat things seriously." No, they were just, "Oh yeah, you're my friend. I'm going to write about you." Nobody gives a fuck. And no, some people gave a fuck, and some people thought it was wrong, but they weren't believing that they were doing anything wrong. And Leah Alexander had a whole mission that she admitted herself. She wanted to change the culture in video game because she felt like it was misogynist, that it wasn't liberal enough, whatever. And it might even be true, but even if it was, that's not the way to do it, and you are in no position to do it. Like, but she took it as a crusade, and that showed up in the things that she was writing and the things that she was talking about. She moved later to Boing Boing, right?
I believe so, yes.
And Boing Boing was a publication that had a specific leaning, and I was fine with that. As in, yeah, you want to do this with an ideological point of view, and you're kind of like embattled in this position where you want to change the culture and have more political discussions on what video games should do. You can do it, not on Gamma Sutra, like not in a publication that is mostly curating how the industry is going and what technology are they using and where the market is going. That's not the right place to do it. I'm okay. I'm okay with people writing about whatever they want. If they do it in the right way, if they do it without hiding what your position is, without hiding that you're talking about your friends and not as an affiliated third party, you can talk about whatever you want as long as everybody is in agreement that that's what you're doing.
What kind of reforms would you have liked to have seen from the games press?
Um, Again, I saw most of it with the disclosures. I would have really liked to see a model that doesn't rely on the video game publishers paying journalists through advertisement and also being the one that gets reviewed by the same journalists that are being paid by them. But I understand that that is difficult and, in a sense, has been solved for the most part on YouTube, that has a completely different kind of revenue. They still do it, but they disclose it when they do it. Like, there's a lot of sponsored content, but sponsored content is, it's out in the open. This is sponsored, and I believe that that was because of Gamergate, because there was a lot of that was happening and was not disclosed. I remember Shadow of Mordor was one of the cases.
Yeah.
Shadow of Mordor did a whole bunch of sponsored content on YouTube that was not disclosed, and people believed, oh no, yeah, this is just people enjoying the game, and instead, it was people paid to say that they enjoy the game.
And that was Gamergate. That was, remember, there
Yeah,
was an operation for us to mass contact the FTC to get them to
absolutely,
change their rulings.
absolutely,
We very
absolutely.
much brought about that change.
I believe we did, and again, and it needs to be clear because people misinterpret that. just like for the content of video game and people having outrage, etc., they didn't change the rules because they caved into Gamergate. They changed the rules because Gamergate made a mess and they were, okay, this looks bad though, and probably I should do something about it. And I didn't expect anything else than that. I didn't expect people to just go, "Oh, we publicly thank Gamergate for changing our policy." No, obviously not. But the policy changed anyway, and it changed because in the middle of all the chaos, they realized, yeah, that's not how we should operate.
If you were the editor-in-chief of one of these gaming websites and one of your employees was credibly accused of an ethical violation, how would you have handled that?
Uh, Honestly, a little bit like Steven Totil did. I I will try to figure out someone that is reasonable and is not a complete lunatic to talk with, and that was Total Biscuit, and just went, okay, what can we do to do better? Have that conversation and then applying it. Because yeah, Kotaku started to do the disclosure and stuff. That was perfect to me. Like honestly, that is kind of the moment where I started to be less involved in Gamergate because I saw that as a success. And the other thing was and you mentioned it, the SPJL play. They won. I don't remember if it was 2 days or if it was just morning and afternoon. But the
Morning and
first
afternoon.
part, okay, the first part, the morning panel, the afternoon panel. Oh my god! Like I wish it never happened, and I knew that it would be a disaster. But yeah, like those were the 2 points where I was okay. I'm honestly kind of satisfied at this point. I was involved in Gamergate just because, again, GG After Dark and stuff like that. It became a community.
It's funny you talk about Stephen Totillo, and it's true, he did very briefly talk with Total Biscuit, or maybe for a couple hours. I don't know. I don't remember the exact time span.
I think it
But
was a couple of hours.
but it's worth pointing out that he did lie initially about the ethical violation and pretend that nothing happened at all.
So
Then
so
he
he,
met with Total Biscuit, and then he went back to like calling us misogynists and harassers and evil people like a few weeks later. So like it seems like he didn't have like a full redemption arc.
but here's the thing. I I understand where his thing came from because again, if you ask me if Gamergate was inherently misogynistic and blah blah blah, I will say no. But from outside, that's kind of how it looks, and it's simply because a lot of the assholes were just louder. And I don't blame him for that because that's how a lot of things a lot of those things showed up. Like this, unfortunately, the assholes are always very, very, very loud and very memorable. Most of all, nobody remembers the people that do reasonable arguments. Everybody remembers the assholes. Like, do you remember that guy that was anti-gamergate that was invoking the final solution for gamers?
Was it Matt Binder or somebody else?
I
I do. It was
think
somebody else. Matt Binder said some crazy shit too,
no.
but
No. It was someone else. But that is the point. I don't even remember the name, but I remember what he said because it was so outlandish and so stupid that you remember it. The same is for our side. When someone was saying something very stupid, people remembered it. And people remained with that impression. It's unfortunate, but it's how it works.
I mean, I think you could criticize GamerGate for like a lot of stuff, maybe, but like Man,
Again,
you can't find like anybody who was misogynistic almost. Like maybe like one or two people, but like out of hundreds
uh,
of thousands.
I, 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 I would disagree that it was just a couple of people. Honestly, I was also, I don't know, I don't remember the name of the person that was doing that, but I was also part of the GamerGate harassment patrol. I don't know if you remember that on
Yeah.
Twitter.
Good job, by the way.
Yeah, and the thing is that we were seeing them, like as in we were seeing what people were shouting into the wild, and yeah, there were definitely a lot of people that were just fucked up. There's also there was also this weird Venn diagram where there were some people that were in Gamergate that were also in all the incel communities. And I don't know if you ever talked about the incel community in here, but they have some hot takes. There were a lot of people that were like, why are we listening to this opinion? Girls do not even play video games. And like, the fuck are you smoking?
Yeah, I guess if you go looking for it with the harassment patrol, you're gonna see some crazy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
But
no, no,
I never saw any of that. Okay, like I talked
yeah,
with a lot of people, like
I,
thousands of
I,
people.
I believe you if you say that you didn't see any of that, but
Like
there
I saw
was
like
a
maybe like
lot of
one or
that.
two people who were like crazy,
Sure,
but like
there
not
was a
like
lot of that. There was a lot of that, and that is the main source of our infighting. When people and the same people were like, "We're all in gamer get together. We shouldn't fight with each other." No, you're a dumb fuck, and I will fight you. I'm sorry, but you just spew stupid shit and then put hashtag Gamergate. Like, there was a lot of people that were ranting about third wave feminism, that were ranting about
well, to
uh
be fair, like I think criticizing the way that feminism has gone is like perfectly legitimate.
don't get me wrong, you can have criticism if you want, but when all that you're doing is that, and then you put hashtag Gamergate, and you have never talked about video games in your life, I'm questioning why you're in. Am I wrong?
Well, like Milo, obviously a grifter,
Yeah,
but
Milo, for example. Like
but
Milo is someone that had several articles talking about everybody that plays video games as an adult is a moron. And then he saw Gamergate and latched to it.
no,
I mean,
uh,
that song.
you
Am I
the
wrong?
the final solution person is in our chat, by the way.
Is he?
She she says
She.
that she meant it as
No.
a joke. She was
Okay,
trying to
wait.
challenge people to Super Smash
No, no, no.
Brothers and meant
Wait,
it
wait,
in that
wait.
way.
I don't remember the name, but the person that I was talking about, it was definitely a he.
Okay, maybe it was a different
I
person.
honestly take any situation that gets a little bit heated and someone will mention the final solution. So it's not surprising, but no, it's not the same person I'm talking
Okay,
about.
okay. Now I do remember they said we were worse than ISIS. Remember that?
Yeah, but I remember so many. And here's the thing: there's also the problem that there were a lot of people that were out there to shitpost and troll, and there were a lot of people that were extremely sensitive. And again, on both sides, and they were taking everything at face value. And that's not a good combination. But that's the internet, and that's the thing. Everything on the internet is so fucked up. Because you will find someone that just tries to push the envelope just for the lols.
Oh, now the anti-GamerGate person in the chat says, "No, I'm kidding. I never said that. It was never me who did the
Okay.
Final Solution joke, or not even joke. I think they were probably serious." Um, now you've talked about how games journalism has been supplanted by streaming, video, things like this. Do you think that there is still a role for good text-based games journalism?
Uh, I mean, it depends. As in, there's always probably going to be a role as long as there is someone that prefers that format. Um, I think that in general, the media is changing. It was changing rapidly in 2014 when things were happening, and it definitely evolved from there, and it's getting more streaming based, more like there's way more stuff where you can comment, where you create a community rather than just read a blog, basically. um is it going to survive? Is there still space? There's always going to be space. um as long as it's accessible, like the actual printing, I think, is kind of dead because nobody goes out and buys a publication when they can read it online. I might even be wrong on that. I just never saw anything since basically the 90s that is on paper, but there's always going to be people that prefer that. It's going to be less, probably, especially it's going to die with the generations, probably. But as long as there's someone interested, there's going to be like it's offer and demand.
Whatever form it takes, whether that's video or articles or print or whatever it happens to be, what does good games journalism look like to you?
That's a good question, because what I was talking about a lot during the days of Gamergate is how I was starting to see less and less value in it, simply because traditional game journalism was about taking the opinions of someone else at face value. This has nothing to do with corruption or inflated votes. Even if anyone was honest, it was talking about his opinion and how he saw the game. While now you have formats where you can kind of experience the game. Maybe they talk about how the controls feel, but you literally see the game and you can see if it's good for you, if it's something that interests you or not. There's also a lot of early access at this point. Like, people had a more hands-on experience of the game and more occasion to form your own opinion on a video game. So in this context, I don't really know what game journalism can do. And it's not because, oh, I hate game journalism or game journalists are bad. It's just the format is dying out for a reason. And the reason is that people have way more access.
I know you've talked about this a little bit, and you said it was actually a major moment for you. But in August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay Conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with Gamergate supporters to discuss their concerns about gaming journalism and the way the media covered Gamergate. The second half of the conference was disrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Now, you said that you liked the morning panel, but not the evening panel. Do you
Yeah.
want to talk about what your highlights were from this conference?
I mean, basically the first panel was all about the ethical violations, if a journalist should do this or that, if certain things that were happening in game journalism should be considered ethics or ethical or not. And the panel generally agreed, no, there's definitely a major problem with what is happening, which I think was the whole thing. The second one was more concerned about the culture war. There were definitely people like Milo that are there for the wrong reasons. They're just trying to, uh, you know, gain their fame, which they did because Milo became a major figure for the right wing, while I have never heard his name before Gamergate. So yeah, the second part was a mess. The first part I really liked at the same time, and I just realized that recently when I was reading your questions. I have never in my life heard about the SPJ before or after the airplay. I have never heard of any other investigation that they did. I never heard of them intervening in anything. So when we say that the media didn't cover it, it's true, but at the same time, when else did they cover anything done by the SPJ?
Well,
Can you?
it is a pretty serious like organization. Like they
Oh
actually.
no, it can be serious and everything. What I'm saying is, it's not really covered by anyone, anywhere, for any reason. Am I wrong? Have you
I have
followed the
no idea.
SPJ?
I don't like read the news all the time. I don't like.
Right? But don't you have the same impression that if it wasn't for the airplay, if it wasn't for the airplay, I didn't even know that the SPJ existed.
I think I may have heard like whenever they update their ethics policies and stuff, like it does like make the news and stuff a little bit,
Does
but
it?
it's I think
Okay.
so.
I never heard of them.
Or people when they
Never before,
criticize the
never
media,
again after it.
when people criticize the media, sometimes they'll point to, well, the SBJ code of ethics says you're not supposed to do this, but you did that, as like a critique against the media in some cases. Because
Sure.
certain news outlets or journalists who've done things that violate that code of conduct, they'll sometimes get called out for that.
Okay. But again, I never saw any coverage about anything that they do. So I'm not surprised that they didn't talk about it when they covered Gamergate.
Well, hey, I interviewed some of the people who were at SBJ Airplay.
Yep.
Game Diviner, Christina Hoff Summers. I'm interviewing Ash Scow tomorrow.
Hmm.
Probably. Interviewing Kathy Young, and I have
Hmm.
already interviewed Michael Koretsky. And Michael Koretsky is watching all of these interviews, or most of them, he said.
Oh,
So,
and do you have any?
do you have any feedback for Mr. Koretsky?
I mean, it's not much feedback, and also, like it's not that mine is not a criticism on what they do, as in what I'm saying is just that it's it's a little bit disheartening if they're doing all this job about, you know, um not regulating media, but examining media and seeing how they're doing in terms of journalistic ethics. And there is no following at all, and there is really no movement around it. And again, as someone that is following a lot of other things and a lot of media covering other things, I have never heard the name SPJ again. So I wonder if they're actually having an effect on the things that they cover or not. Despite the fact that, again, I think that the panel was excellent. Like they cover things properly the way they should be. Uh, they criticize a lot the second panel, and they were right about it. Um, but yeah, I don't see that name coming up though.
Well, it's they don't usually do like acts of journalism. It's more of like a professional organization, like the American
Yeah,
Medical Association, things like
but
that.
but but like do they have influence though? Like what the things that they say, is there any consequence to not following the code of ethics?
Aside from getting kicked out of the organization, maybe. Like I don't
But
know.
I mean, that
But I'm not. Again,
kicked
I'm
out of
not.
their
I'm
own
not some
organization,
super
though.
expert on journalism who
No,
like knows every
absolutely,
single in and
absolutely.
out of the New
I
York
get it.
Times. You know,
Like,
so
like the
like, I'm
thing
not
is
sure it's
that
good for us to like even like speculate on this if we don't know what we're talking about, unless you think you do.
no. I absolutely do not know what I'm talking about. Well, all I know is how little it came out.
Okay.
That's my concern.
All right. So you supported Operation Disrespectful Nod.
Yeah.
And you emailed the companies that were corrupt, the games journalists company, or the
Well, well,
advertisers of
well,
the
well,
companies,
the
right?
the operation was to contact the sponsors.
Sponsor, yes, the advertiser, secondary boycott.
Yep. Yep. And again, I remember some people pulled out and then pulled in again and stuff like that, but I didn't expect people to pull out and the publications to die. I wasn't under the impression that that was ever going to happen. What was going to happen is that before actually attaching their name to the publication, people will think twice because if they're not already involved, they don't want to get involved with something that is marred by controversy. And I feel like if that didn't happen, the whole discussion we had about disclosure and about how to proceed with game journalism was not going to happen because it would have felt inconsequential. We made it consequential and we got to discuss at the table.
So you think that by engaging in this operation to harm the profits of these corporations, that you brought them to the table that they wouldn't have otherwise, perhaps?
I don't know how much we harmed the corporations, but we definitely made things uncomfortable because I'm sure that there's been situations where they were looking for sponsors and the sponsors said, I'm seeing that there is a bunch of controversy about this. Maybe we should think it over.
Right. Gawker said it was 7 figures, but we don't know what it was for the other
Uh,
companies.
Gawker honestly is something that I feel like it's a little bit separate. Is a little bit part of the distraction, in my opinion, because Gawker has nothing to do with it. It was kind of there was a website that was kind of under Gawker, but had nothing to do with Gawker itself, right?
Right.
Which
They
one
owned
was it?
Kotaku.
They own Kotaku, right? Uh, yeah, they say that it costed 7 figures. I feel like sometimes they're also a little bit inflated, and also it's difficult to to realize exactly how much something like that costed. Uh, but yeah, like it's even if you're entrenched in your position, it's way easier to go to a table and at least try to talk like they did than just ignore it and go on. And that's what I was counting on, and it happened.
All right. Some critics argue that Gamergate was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that's accurate?
I was in it, and I'm definitely left wing. There was a lot of people that were left wing. The main issue is that there were a bunch of people that were right wing. They were very vocal, and they were definitely in there to make recruits. Again, people like Milo. There's a lot of right wing personality that latched into it and tried to steer the conversation. And to a certain extent, had some level of success into steering the conversation, making it into the culture war instead of what was happening in game journalism. And a lot of people are into the Cult of War. There's a lot of people that, especially the people that came later into the game, that didn't even know what the ethical violations were. They were just, oh, I hate SJW. Like, okay, but that has nothing to do with what we're discussing, though. There was the internet aristocrat that had that long rant before he left
Yeah.
saying, "You were my army. We were supposed to go against Tumblr." And like, why would we go against Tumblr? Tumblr is not covering video games. like, there's definitely a lot of people, and those people are from the right wing that latched on and tried to steer the conversation.
Well, most of the people who oppose the social justice warriors though are also left wing. I think there was.
Depends on what you mean by opposing, in the sense that, again, I'm very liberal, and I think that some people on the liberal sphere are fucking lunatics. But I'm not at war with them. I'm like, uh, I think you're dumb, and that's it. That's not. When I talk about people that go against the SJW, I'm talking about people that are diametrically opposed ideologically. Like people that are talking about the moral decay of the Western civilization and how cultural Marxism is penetrating society and all the jazz that is just it's just dumb on the other side.
But to give the argument its due, I mean, the games
Go on.
journalists were. It was all connected, basically, right? I mean, it really was. The games journalists, even in the Gamers Are Dead articles, right? Devin Wilson's Gamers Are Dead articles. In his article, he makes a list of things that he doesn't want to see in video games ever again. He called it the rules of game development.
Yep.
And he says, "We no more sexy women, no
Yep.
more make the games less violent, make the games less sexist. Stop
Yep.
having so much sex appeal in games." Like he
Yep.
very clear, he lays out these are the rules that game developers should
Sure.
follow moving forward
And
in his article.
I will argue, first of all, that most of those points are not left or right. And second, that, as I said in this entire interview, that didn't happen. And it will never happen. Like, people still make the games that they want to make, and he is just a dude that is ranting to the void. Nobody's listening. Like, all of this is very small. Like, game journalism has always been extremely small and kind of inconsequential. And at the time of Gamergate, it was probably at one of the lowest points before Gamergate when it comes to influencing the video game industry. Part of the rants that they had is probably also about how powerless they felt they were compared to what they were perceiving as their mission to be. And it still is, because again, I still see articles that say stuff like, "Oh, Vanillaware should change their art style to something that is more okay with my tastes." And like, no, they're not going to change. They sell their video games based on what the fan base wants, and this is what their fan base wants. Like the fan base of almost every decent sized software house is way, way bigger than the readership of the biggest game journalism website ever. Because most people that play video games do not read game journalism.
Scarlet, I know you mentioned you're more on the left. Do you want
Definitely.
to talk about your political views or philosophy?
Uh, yeah, we can go there. Like I am definitely a feminist. I am definitely um like I kind of define myself as a globalist. As in, for the most part, I come from Italy in the European Union. I would like to see the United States of Europe. I would like to see the world getting closer together instead of separated and like engaging in a whole bunch of rivalries. It's a bad time for it right now, considering what is happening around the world. But in general, I don't really care about, like, I care about rules, but I don't care about authority. I don't think there's certain people that are in a position that is different than the common folk, you know. I think that the economy could use some rebalance, not much in terms of redistribution, but more like take take Amazon for example. Amazon cannot be one of the most profitable companies with one of the richest CEOs in the world and also have some of the poorest employees. If the company is making money, some of that money needs to go to the people that work there, not just the shareholders. That's the general gist, I guess. I also feel like nobody should have any say on what consenting adults are doing in the bedroom.
Have your
In
polit
general,
God,
go, no, no, go.
have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
So here's the thing. Um, I got gaming get started in 2014. In 2016, I moved to the United States. And Gamergate didn't change my politics. My politics are still the same, but it kind of gave me the first intimate window on how American politics is. Because seen from outside, you have a different perspective. Like I see how people are embattled on all the positions. Um, just to give you an example, Italy. Right now, we have Giorgia Meloni, who is a fascist. And I'm not concerned about what is happening in Italy to a certain extent, because I know that we all have common set of values when it comes to human life, when it comes to how society works for the most part. I know that nobody's going to remove um, public health care. I know that nobody's going to advocate for killing people. Mostly because we already been there in the 70s. We know what happens when a society is ready to kill each other. And here everything is way more violent, way more embattled. Everybody feel like they have enemies to eliminate instead of people that have a different opinion. And sometimes they are right, as in because the other people are like, I will have it my way or I will start kill people, it becomes existential. But that's the only thing that changed, is that I was exposed to the level of urgency that everybody feels about things that sometimes are really small 2 years before coming here and living it.
Are you okay with gaming websites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
As long as they're open with it. Like, if you want to open a website that oh, I am criticizing video games on a Christian lens. Like, go ahead. I am borderline a Satanist, so I'm probably not going to be your audience. But you do you. Like, I'm probably going to read and laugh, but I think that you have a right to say whatever the fuck you want to say. It has less value to me based on the lens that you choose, and I'm sure that the opposite is true for other people. People will care more if they agree with you. To each his own.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as, or the reaction to it, being a moral panic?
It's I kind of agree in a certain sense, but the truth is that, again, that was my first window into how Americans really feel about politics. I feel like everybody's a moral panic around here. Like, people are so ready to take the smallest things and make them into an existential crisis. Like, things do not have to, like, I feel like people do not accept that things in the world do not have to go your way. Some things are just not for you. And it's okay. It's okay for other people have their own things that you don't like. You don't have to like everything.
Okay, what do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle within the left between those who believe in small L liberal democratic values and those who don't?
Nah, I don't think that is relevant. Like, I don't know. I I don't see a battle within the left that has anything to do with Gamergate. Uh, all there was different ideas. Maybe there's also to be said that when it comes to let's frame it more like progressive and conservatives. Conservatives are people that want to keep the status quo by definition. They want things like they are and they don't want them to change. Progressive, they want to change things. But changing things do not mean that we all agree on what the change should be. And that is symptomatic. And it's not a war between the left. That is something that has always happened because we don't necessarily agree on what is progress.
All right, now this is gonna be a stupid question.
Go
Let
ahead.
me rephrase it.
I mean, if
What do
we're
you?
talking about Gamergate and there is no stupid question, I will be disappointed.
You've obviously interacted with people on the other side. You debated them. You moderated a community with them. You married them.
Yeah.
So
I kept more friends on the opposite side than on the Gamergate side.
that's probably true. By the way, send some of them my way. Definitely send some of them my way because I need more anti-Gamergate people for the book.
You know what? I'm going to tell them, but I doubt that they will.
I don't know. I bet we can get Judge Holden. I bet we could get Tax Time. I bet we can get Helicopter Guy. They'd be interested for sure. Now I don't know about
You know what?
Shonen or
You know
Hoax
what? I
One,
will.
but
I no, Ox One is not one of my friends.
okay, all right.
But
AGG without Hoax One.
I can try with Taxi maybe.
Oh, dude, Taxi. Remember, I've done streams with him before. He'd probably
Yeah.
do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, actually, so the one time Taxi and I did a stream, he was like on his phone, and like it kept cutting in and out. It was like the worst signal ever. So like he was like roboting the whole time. It was a disaster.
Oh god.
But he did do a stream with me once or twice.
I mean, it wasn't as much of a disaster as the stream that I did with you because there were some people in that stream.
Oh god, was it Helicopter Guy or who was it?
Is it the helicopter guy, the one that killed his father and
Oh, Seattle for Truth. No,
no,
that was
yeah,
not Helicopter. That
exactly.
was Seattle
Seattle
for
for
Truth.
truth. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was right because you gave me shit about that like years later. Like
Yeah.
you were like the one time, like, it's like one of the few times I was on stream with you, Tachyon. They literally, the guy ended up killing his dad.
Yeah.
To be clear, that was unrelated to GamerGate, but he did
Yeah,
kill
no,
his
sure.
father allegedly. He's in prison for it.
Allegedly.
He took a plea deal.
I mean, as he should be.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what is the stupid question?
So interacting with the other side, how did
Yeah.
that go?
I mean, it really depends on whether or not the other side was, you know, um, arguing in good faith. Um, Honestly, I think that is the main thing. I always went along with people that were in good faith, and it didn't really matter that much on what side they were on. We had a lot of people that were like willing to concede some points, willing to make some observation that weren't necessarily serving their own side and stuff like that. And there were people that were there to win points.
Yeah.
Anyone that was there to win points, whether it was technically on my side or not, I didn't get along. A lot of people that were just arguing in good faith, we could even disagree, but we both had a legitimate point of view, and that was okay.
Oh, sorry, I said Shoden. Shoden probably would do it.
Shonen
Strychnine
might
though
do it.
probably wouldn't.
I don't even
I
know who
mixed
that is.
up. You remember? You don't remember Strychnine? Oh my god,
Oh,
he was the
oh,
guy
yeah, yeah,
who
yeah, 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 yeah.
allegedly harassed Neotechny.
It's been a while though, but I
Yeah.
remember the name. And if I remember the name, it means that something was going on. Because again, you remember the bad way easier than you remember the good.
Yeah, no, Shoden was good faith, so he might actually do it.
Yeah.
Heck, I'll even
But,
interview if Strick wants to do it too. I'm down.
but to
But
be
after I
honest,
made the video criticizing him for harassing Neotechny allegedly, I don't
honestly,
know if he'd come on.
I'm having fun and everything. But the main thing is that I'm so out of all of it. Like, it's been probably at least 7 years since I last discussed anything related to Gamergate. Like, I think that a lot of people probably would not show up simply because they moved on. I moved on. Like, I started to go mostly on Reddits that were talking about Brexit and then the war in Ukraine and lately AI. There's a whole subreddit called AI Wars where the people that support AI and people that are artists and say that AI should be banned. I always go for the fresh controversy is.
Oh yeah, to be clear, like I don't every single person I've interviewed for this project, and I think pretty much almost everyone, if not everybody, views Gamergate as a historical phenomenon. It's been over for a
Yeah,
long time.
yeah,
We're
it's
just
been over.
analyzing it from a historical
Yeah,
perspective, and also telling people stories. And I think that there's value in that, both
yeah, no,
for
absolutely.
helping them close that chapter of their lives and also documenting the truth of what happened, especially since we're going to get into this later on, but I think we're both sort of in agreement that the media completely fucked this up. The first draft of history
I
was
mean, I
wrong,
mean,
but that's not the
I mean,
final draft of
yes.
history.
On one side, yes. On the other side, I don't think that the media was really equipped to do anything better than it did because the whole conversation was a mess. It was mostly led by the people that were the most lunatic and they were the loudest, not necessarily the ones that had the arguments better set up. And again, if you wanted to see something more balanced, you found that in places like YouTube. I remember but there is also a problem with that. I remember there is a whole conversation with some people from Gamergate and Liana Kresner, which I always loved. And that is the best conversation on Gamergate that has ever been made. But it's 8 hours long, and nobody that is not super invested in it has time
I
to
just,
watch an 8 hour video of people talking about
dude,
Gamergate.
I'm gonna have to disagree, man. Like the media, like the way the media was set up, or they got it so wrong because they didn't even bother trying. They didn't even do any research. Like they
I
didn't talk to a single person. They didn't
I
talk to a
clearly
single person
no.
involved.
Here's the thing. I
Other than like
clearly
Michael Koretsky, and
remember.
there were some journalists who tried and got it right, like Michael
Yeah,
Koretsky, right? Michael
I,
Koretsky did
I
well. Kathy Young, Ezra Klein, even like
uh
there were people who did it well.
wait, wait a second. I'm thinking about someone else. David Pacman
Yeah,
did a
David Pack,
whole
he did it
bunch.
well. Like there were like so like I don't I feel like if we say like oh they couldn't do it like if you don't have eight
Here's the
hours
thing.
to do research like you don't deserve to
No, no,
be a
no, no. But I'm
journalist.
not talking about 8 hours to do research. Like 8 hours to do research, it makes sense. But 8 hours of content for someone that is not intimate familiar with Gamergate and doesn't know where to stand, that is not the kind of journalism that you need. It's a little bit too much. Um, I remember some journalists. I don't remember from where or the names or stuff, but I remember some people going to places like Kotaku in Action. I don't remember if anything happened in AGG. I don't think it did. But I remember going to Kotaku in Action and Gamergazi, I think, to try and poke at, hey, I'm trying to write an article about this. Uh, what do you think we should talk about? And Kotaku in Action and Gamergazi being what they are, these guys got like flooded by the most lunatic people on the conversation, and I think that they gave up writing on Gamergate and went, I'm going to write about something else. I'm not going to deal with this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you just make I okay. You know what? I just I guess we're just gonna have to disagree because like the laziness, the complete lack of willingness to do any research at all, to talk to a single person involved in any capacity whatsoever, like, and it was just
But
thousands of articles, literally
let, let-
probably tens of thousands of
sure,
articles possibly, and
let's
not a
put it this
single like
way:
like five of them talked to us, and it's like oh well those five people
who
got it right, but like okay what
who
about the 9,000 that didn't?
who would you have talked to?
You could
Imagine
do
being a game
you could
journalist.
do it any number of ways, right? You could do it the way that Michael Koretsky did it. That takes a little bit longer. You could do it the
Well,
way David Pacman did. You could where you just reach out to a large number of
yeah,
people. Yeah,
yeah.
you could talk to you just go to Kotaku and Action, talk to them. You can go to GamerGate HQ and talk to them. You can go on Twitter,
But
look at who are the people that are
I,
being retweeted on the hashtag. There's thousands of ways to do it. Look at the
I
big people
don't
making videos on
think
it, like me even. Like
I don't think that the publication that you're talking about work in a way that would make that feasible.
all they have to do is
And
like
and, and
interview like
don't
five people even. Get
and
a
don't get me
diverse array of
wrong,
perspectives, or even one person.
don't get me wrong. This is also a criticism on how journalism in general works, on how they have this 24-hour cycle of news, how a lot of things get in the faster way rather than the more accurate way. And it's definitely a conversation that we can have, but at the same time, if you are the journalist, like the person that works for the publication, and you're in charge of doing it, and you're in charge of doing it this afternoon, what are you going to do
Yeah, I want to do my job and do it well. And it's just, I just,
in an
it's
afternoon?
weird. Sure, I mean you can do it. I mean you can do it.
I don't think so.
But
I
this is also a criticism of the way that's structured. But
Oh no, absolutely, and again, it's a valid discussion, but the people that wrote those articles, they weren't exactly the people that could change how it works. It's something that needs a change that is more radical.
okay, well I guess we're just gonna probably. I guess you're willing to give them far more charity
Sure.
than I would. Well, that's fine. Obviously, you were involved with moderating many different, well, you're moderating communities where people with different perspectives came to
Yep.
discuss Gamergate, to even debate Gamergate in some ways.
Yeah,
You were involved
that
in these
was the main thing.
discussions in depth.
Hmm.
You were a very active poster, I remember.
Yep,
You also did live streams with people too.
I did. Android out mostly.
So, Scarlet, how could the Gamergate conversation have been more productive?
Mm, I am not sure if it could have. Like again, I think for what I'm concerned, it kind of obtained what it could have obtained, and it did obtain it in the way that it did by making a mess and making things uncomfortable to not be addressed in a sense. Uh, there's a lot of factors that, like it was a movement on the internet. Like nobody was out there in public doing anything Gamergate related. So you don't really have a face. You don't really have a way to humanize your position. It's just nicknames behind a screen. All things considered, I wish it went a little bit better, especially when it comes to the bad actors. But I'm not sure that there's much better that could have happened. Like seeing all the controversies that are spawned on the internet, I feel like most of them are kind of a shit show, and it's kind of symptomatic of how the internet works. So I think that's it, really. That's that's how it was always supposed to be. I don't see any better scenario that is also realistic. If we want to go ideal, ideally there's so many things that could have gone better. Like we could had very we could have decided to elect 4 or 5 people that talk for Gamergate and the people that have the shit together and make decent arguments. The closest that we had to that, I feel, was Total Biscuit, and it wasn't even really into the thing. It just talked for us without even talking really with us. Uh, but that was never going to happen because everybody wants to be the center of attention. Everybody wants to sell their piece, even when it's stupid. Um, everybody wants to talk about a lot of things that they don't really know anything about. So, on the internet, with a massive amount of people that is completely uncontrolled and completely out of sync, I think that this is the best that could have happened. We obtained something. It was a mess. That's it.
Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
Uh, yes, although not many that are, you know, relevant at this point. Not Your Shield was a bunch of people that like the whole hashtag and argument and how the name spawned is that basically a lot of people that were going against Gamergate were like, the women don't want this, the minorities do not want this, and people were like, actually I'm one of them and I don't agree with you. I am not your shield. And there's been a lot of criticism on, oh, you're actually all sock puppets. They're not real women, and which is the dumbest argument on the world. And obviously, like everything on Gamergate, because again, it was a mess. The truth was on both sides because obviously there were a lot of women, a lot of minorities, a lot of trans people that were on the side of Gamergate. And on the other side, yeah, of course there was some moron that pretended to be a woman because you're going to find morons everywhere. And yeah, thought that a great idea would be to damage the entire argument by pretending to be a fake woman on the internet and give them all the reasons to say that there wasn't any real woman in Gamergate, which it's so obviously false that it doesn't even merit to be discussed. Like, we have names and people that were like literally on streams and putting their face on the arguments. It was so clear that it was not true.
Some websites banned discussion of Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
Honestly, um again, the conversation was uncomfortable. Some website did it because they didn't want to discuss it. A lot of them definitely had a certain alignment when it comes to Gamergate, and they were against it, and that's true. But in general, if you have a website and there is a conversation that is honestly on both sides getting very toxic, why would you want it on your site? Like, I don't blame them too much. I think that there are some people that were too involved to do that move, as in, the thing that you shouldn't do is ban the conversation of Gamergate and then write 10 articles about Gamergate. Like, you're in or you're out. But for those that weren't really involved in the conversation of Gamergate and they decided, you know what, we're not going to have this conversation, those I kind of don't blame, because it's one of those conversations that gets so polarizing that if you allow it, then it's all that is going to happen. But it's a little bit like the people that were ranting about certain people on Twitter and they had those people blocked. In my behind the wall, like, you're either in or out. And if you're out, that's fine. Like, if you're out, if you decide I'm not going to engage to this, sure, there's people that are going to be mad, but it's your right to take yourself out of a conversation. If you're involved and you don't let other people answer, that's a little bit scummy.
Why do you think some people claimed that Gamergate was about harassment or hating women?
Because a lot of that was actually happening and a lot of people had shitty ideas about those things. But it wasn't about that. It's just, again, people remember and focus on the negative experiences, and a lot of people had those negative experiences on both sides. Because again, when we were talking about Not Your Shield, I remember some writings of people accusing the minorities on Not Your Shield of being, and I quote, house Negroes. So, like, the whole thing was very heated in general.
Obviously, you were part of the harassment patrol,
Yeah,
anti-harassment patrol, I should say.
yeah,
What
no.
was that like?
I mean, it honestly was really a side thing, as in, all that happened is that there were people that started this, and the harassment patrol worked this way. If you were seeing something, you were linking it with the hashtag, and everybody that was on it was going to report the post. And it's not even that I was going much out of my way. If you were on Twitter and if you were following the hashtag and stuff like that, you were seeing some gnarly shit, including, I remember one of the things that I reported was this series of accounts, because he made multiple and he continued to post photoshops of, I think it was Zoe Quinn on um, diaper porn. You know, like th- that was the wildest shit on Twitter. And on one side, I love that Twitter doesn't really filter anything, but on the other side, if you get on the wrong side of Twitter, you're going to say some shit.
Do you think that, well, first off, how important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
It was so on one side, it was important for me, as in to like for my own personal integrity. It was important that if I was criticizing the other side for some shit that they were doing, the people on my side doing the same shit needed to be criticized as well. Like I'm like I don't believe in there's no wrong tactic, only wrong targets. I believe there are wrong tactics and I'm going to call them out. On the other side, I was also not under the illusion that on that I was going to make the difference. Like the flood of the internet is unstoppable, and you're going to just be a little bit of a shield for some people, but people are going to be horrible on the internet, and there's no way to stop that. Like there's not enough manpower to do that. It's so much easier to make 100 accounts to shitpost with than it is to block 100 accounts from doing
Do you think most Gamergate people did a good job condemning harassment?
it. Some people did. A lot of people that didn't weren't necessarily bad actors. It's more like, they were trying to gain points and they were getting a little bit defensive when things were shown that were not making them look good. But it's not that they were doing it because they agreed with the bad actors. It's more that they were embattled. They instead of condemning their own, they were just playing the no you. So not really, but it's mostly because again, there were so many people and so many people that don't really put that much commitment on doing things the right way. They just want to do what feels good to them, and what feels good to them is winning points on the internet. And again, it's not, oh, we were doing this and the other guys were not. Like that is the nature of the whole conversation.
Now, Scarlet, do you want to talk about, was there a brief period of time where you thought I was a bad actor?
Uh, Again, I don't think you were a bad actor. What I think you were, and honestly, I'm not saying you still are, but I'm saying that talking about it while doing this makes it look that way. I think you were trying to be a protagonist on Gamergate. You were trying to make a name for yourself. You were trying to be the center of attention a little bit. And sometimes you did some dumb shit in your attempt to be at the center of the conversation. And again, you were also 10 years younger, basically, like 9 at this point. So I get it. But yeah, sometimes you made some choices, like certain people that you invited to your streams that we already talked about, like that thing that happened with Baphomet, where you called into a stream a bunch of people that were from literally a group that was doxing people.
Well, to be
Um,
clear though, I have talked about this publicly. Um,
yeah,
Part of the stream, like it's in the book even. But to be clear, I was literally brand new to GamerGate,
yeah,
and these guys were like, "Oh, hey, we're trolls." I did not know that they were that bad. I thought
yeah.
that they were
No, I
just
get
like
it.
a jump on, fuck around.
The,
That's
the
literally what I thought they were.
the point is that as you're accusing other people, you didn't make your research and you just did the things the lazy way.
Yeah, true, true.
I also I also remember a few messages that you sent to the moderation team of against Gamergate that were particularly cringe. I remember I'm going to out you. I remember one where you said something that was like, I have been on the pinnacle of Gamergate and I have seen things, and like, what the fuck are
Well, I
you?
was wait. Was I quoting Blade Runner though? Okay,
No, no,
I
no, no, no. It
the
wasn't
speech from
Blade
Blade
Runner.
Runner.
No, it wasn't Blade Runner. It was just you saying that basically you are the leading expert on everything in Gamergate and you know how things are, while which, you know, I would never say I'm the leading expert on Gamergate, but obviously you see some shit when you're a moderator in that subreddit. Uh,
To be clear,
we were
I don't remember this happening. Okay,
No,
like
no, I'm
I'm
sure you
not
don't
saying
remember.
I'm not saying you're lying.
I'm
I'm just saying
sure
I
you
don't
don't
remember. I
remember.
sent some crazy ass fucking mod mail messages. I'm not gonna lie. But
Honestly, I wish I had still access to it because I will quote it to you. But it was so clear that you were trying to be a protagonist in the conversation. And, again, it's fine. But at the same time, me saying this while you're trying to write the book kinda, kind of makes it feel like you're still doing it. But it's fine.
hey, no, no. Hey, look, I think I'm open about everything, dude. So
No, that's fair.
no, though I think I'm not sure if like it's good form as a general matter to like out private mod mail messages.
Yeah.
But like whatever, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't
I
remember
mean,
ever sending that mod mail. But like if it was, are you sure you got to look up the pinnacle thing? That sounds almost like the speech at the end of Blade Runner, right?
no, no, I know. But no, it was not Blade Runner because I would have recognized that.
Okay.
But I don't. I mean, it's been
But
years.
dude, like yeah,
Uh,
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind
but
of cringe at times, very
yeah,
much so.
you recognize that you were cringe. Come on.
And to be clear, unlike the Baphomet helicopter guy thing, helicopter guy did publicly forgive me, and I did publicly apologize.
That's fair. I mean, it's growing up, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't think you were like the actual bad actor were other people. Like Ralph Retort, I will consider a bad actor.
Oh, definitely.
Like people like that definitely were bad actor. There's some people that were honestly just stupid. like like there was a lot of lack of maturity in the entire conversation.
Yeah. Well,
There's a lo-
as the
there's a lot of
hero
people.
of the Gamergate story, I definitely saw a lot of that.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, like you are the anime protagonist of Gamergate.
I mean, I kind of did maybe. I don't think I saw myself quite that way. That is putting such a harsh spin on it.
Yeah.
But I did. I mean, like I did have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep. But
Very much so.
also but also remember, I was the one that was fighting for you when it comes to your ban from against Gamergate.
Dude, I didn't. They never made it public who voted for who on whether I should be banned after that incident, did they? I
No, and honestly, we should have not made it public because why? But I was very clear with my argument that as moderator of AgainstGamerGate, we have no title to ban someone for something that happens completely outside of our jurisdiction. As in, we do not have the authority of making those kind of decisions. But there were some people that we mentioned before that were like, nope, I want to ban it.
I wonder how Hoax voted.
Yeah, that's the person I was talking about.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's funny too because like, well, it's not funny. The whole thing was like a disaster. Like, I felt like my life was in shambles, and like I disgraced GamerGate, and I
Uh,
was disappointed in
s-
myself,
See,
and it
see
was like a
that is,
whole
that is
thing.
that is the thing. The moment that you think that your life is in shambles because you disgrace Gamergate, you need better priorities in your life.
I mean, it was a cause I cared about. It's a cause a lot of us cared about.
No, I get
Sometimes
it.
too
I
much at
get it.
times, but
Yeah, some a lot of times too much.
very much so.
And to be honest, for me too in 2000, like me in 2014 was a very different situation and context that it is today. As in, when I got into the GamerGate discussion, I was first a game developer, and then a game developer that was laid down and was trying to go indie. And the whole discussion on the main thing to me was the fact that indie games was presented like an equal opportunity ground where everybody can make a good game and reach success. And what came out is that there was a lot of nepotism, and a lot of the people that constantly got articles were personal friends of the people writing them. So, on a personal, professional level, that was a way more important discussion for me than it would be today, or than I think it should be for a lot of people that were involved. It wasn't their job. Like, they had no stakes in the race. I did.
Yeah, but it's interesting. What I wanted to bring up though about the harassment thing though is like man, you were there after I had leaked the hangout to those trolls.
Yeah,
Like my reputation was toast in GamerGate for a long time. And I had to
it
like
was.
slowly. It was, dude. Like nobody would
Oh,
fucking talk to
absolutely.
me, dude. For like years later, there'd be people who like, oh, I condemn Netscape. I don't talk to Net. Remember Razor Beams?
Yeah,
Anytime he
yeah,
saw me, he'd be like, this guy's a bad actor. You know, like it was
yeah.
like it was bad, dude.
I
Like
know.
we took harassment. Like that's part of like this story where like they call us harassers. Where like what I did was like pretty mild, and like I of course owned up to it and apologized to it about it, of course, immediately. Um, but like what I did was pretty mild, and like I was a black sheep in GG for a while, and it took a long time for me to rebuild the community's trust.
Yeah, it was.
But
And
good.
I have to be honest. While I'm perfectly okay with what happened and everything, but it's still kind of the first thing that comes to mind when I hear Netscape. Like, oh yeah, that incident. As in,
not
again,
the thousands of hours I put into like videos and
no.
operations and stuff. No, no, no. It's that
Again,
one
again,
incident.
again, the bad things that happen remains in your brain way longer than anything else.
Yeah.
It's true. It's just how it happens.
No, I mean
Yeah.
you're right, and but like it's just it's as someone who was widely viewed as a bad actor for a period of time.
Yeah.
I think I did redeem myself. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, first of all, nothing really happened.
Yeah, nothing happened.
It could have happened. It was it wasn't smart of you to do that, especially as someone that was trying to build a reputation in those kind of spaces. That wasn't your best move. But nothing happened. Nobody was hurt, Honestly, it was a little bit overplayed. It's just, again, that it really felt like at that point in time, you would do anything to get famous in Gamergate.
Yeah, which is yeah. I mean, I don't think that like there. I understand that was a perception some people had, but even at the time, like I was a bit of a clout shark. I'm not gonna deny that,
Yeah.
very much so. But like I did genuinely have a lot of like really good faith conversations, and like sometimes
Oh no,
not,
yeah.
right? Like you get on a drunk live stream and
No.
it goes 8 hours and like you're fucking wasted. Like sometimes those aren't the best conversations, but like we also had a
I mean,
lot of really good ones and a lot of
I
really interesting discussions.
I don't remember who it was, but apparently that is not the worst that happened. I remember, but I don't remember who it was. Someone did a live stream and then forgot to close the live stream and fucked his girlfriend on camera. I think I remember something like that
I
happened.
do remember something vaguely like that. Yeah, was it
So,
I don't want to say cuz I don't know for sure, so
you don't want to say for sure? I'm going to say a name. I think it might have been, but I might be absolutely wrong. I think it was Sargon.
I don't I don't know, man. I don't want to say cuz like it's going to
But
be in a book
maybe
now.
not. you know? Hey, I don't have I'm not trying to protect my reputation in Gamergate. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Well, no, it's like I don't want to get sued.
No, yeah, I mean,
Like I
sued for what?
trust me, I don't care about Sargon what Sargon thinks of me, right?
I mean, I again,
Trust me,
I
I
might be
really
absolutely
don't.
wrong. Yeah, I might be absolutely wrong. I don't know. I just remember, and honestly, I never saw that video. I just remember this thing about someone doing that. But yeah, is there anything else?
Well, yeah. Do you want to try and close this down relatively soon?
Um, I
I've
mean,
got a
I
lot more
think we.
questions, but not a lot more.
Oh
But
no,
I got.
no, 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 no! If you have a lot of more questions, go ahead with your questions. Absolutely.
All right. So, you don't have to talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during GamerGate from either side or from third-party trolls?
I am extremely difficult to harass. One of the reasons I was that active on the Gamergate discussion is that I kinda crave confrontation in a sense. And after that, again, I went on Brexit and went to discuss other hot topics. Um, so I don't even know how someone could effectively harass me because I'm really brazen. I don't give a fuck. I I am perfectly able to disengage from the conversation if I feel burned out. I'm sure that some people tried. Again, Hoax definitely kind of tried. There's a lot of people that were hostile in a way that was unwarranted, but I didn't feel harassed simply because. And I'm not saying this as my skin is thicker and I'm such an alpha male. No, it's just it's how I am as a uh, like it's my character. It's just if you're harassing me, you're probably not someone that I respect very much, and if I don't respect you very much, what you say has a little consequence to me, so it's difficult to harass me. Unless I mean, if people showed up in real life at my door, maybe I would be concerned, but when it's words on the internet, I'm not particularly bothered.
Yeah. And I mean, I received a lot of harassment during
Oh,
GamerGate.
I'm sure. Like I think the most harassing thing that I experienced is someone uh pointing out a GoFundMe that I had at a certain point and saying that I was e-bagging on the internet. And
You shill, you.
I was okay, so like GoFundMe exists for a reason. A lot of people do that for the most desperate reason. Like it's why should I be the one that feels ashamed about it?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. I mean, I used to be of the view, and we talk about how I was a clout shark a bit, but like I used to be of the view that like you shouldn't make money off this stuff actually. Like I didn't put ads on
Yeah,
my videos, and like I'm sure you
we,
remember, like for a long time, I did
yeah,
later change my perspective on this, but like for like
and
the
but
first like 2 years, I didn't put ads on my videos or anything because I thought that it diminishes people
yeah,
are going to attack you for it for one, and two,
true.
it's going to create this perception that you're only in it for the money and you're going to be like captured by your audience. I thought.
Yeah. By the way, my GoFundMe nothing to do with Gamergate. Like, it's not. I wasn't even like using Gamergate or any of my, um, all of my social media that I was using for Gamergate to put people towards like the GoFundMe. Nothing to do with it.
Well, I do kind of feel the need to. I think it's fine if you do the GoFundMe. By the way, I don't really care. Like that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Now, if you tweeted out on the GamerGate hashtag, like it'd be a bit different. But
Oh yeah, absolutely. That
yeah.
I agree.
But like, I do kind of feel the need to defend myself because look, I do recognize that I was a stupid kid back then. But having gone down memory lane and like rediscovered like a lot of my old stuff, I think that a lot of stuff I did was stupid. Sure, like some of the Reddit posts were dumb, 1,000%.
Who didn't do something stupid
But and some
when
of
they
the
were
videos were
younger?
dumb. But like a lot of the stuff I did too. Like I was re-listening to a conversation I'd had with Mist Sonata, who's in the chat right now, by the way. Um, but it was a conversation I had with her during GamerGate, and
Uh-huh.
we had one of the best, if not the best, discussions on GamerGate that I've ever heard in my entire life. And this, I thought it was lost forever. I rediscovered this ancient tome of knowledge and wisdom, essentially. And it was
Yeah.
this ancient conversation we had. Two people across the aisle sitting there and having a super good faith discussion for two
Yeah.
hours about Gamergate. And it was this should have been what Gamergate, the discussion, the debate aspect of it, the conversation aspect of it, it should have been this. It
But
was
here's the
such a good
thing.
conversation.
But here's the thing. A little bit like the video game industry, it was also that. And I still really like what we had. Like, there's been a lot of good faith conversations. I even remember there was some people in Gamergate playing the game that Brianna Wu did and having a stream with her.
Yeah, that was the Hat Man.
The Hatman, you're right. Like, those things happened. They were surrounded by a bunch of shit posting and people arguing in bad faith, but both things happened.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
I don't know if I don't remember who that is or if I just straight up don't know who that is. So if you could tell me.
The group of anti-GamerGate people who tried to dox Mombot.
Oh,
Gamergazi condemned them, I should add.
okay. I mean, obviously they need to be condemned. I cannot say much about it because I don't really remember. Like, I vaguely remember Mambot, and I think I remember discussions about her being like doxed, but I cannot remember much of the whole thing, so I don't think I have anything to say for something that I vaguely remember.
Do you remember the term sea lioning?
Yeah, yeah, I remember it. And I I think my perception on that morphed a tiny bit. Um it's definitely annoying when someone invalidates your position because oh the sea lioning, blah blah blah, etc. etc. At the same time, looking at it with some distance, I can imagine that with how many people were involved in the conversation, and especially on Twitter, where someone posts a thing, receives 14 answers, and all of those 14 answers expect an answer to what they said. And after that, they reply again and they expect to keep the conversation going. And for me, is one conversation. For them, is 14. And not all of them were probably particularly smart. I get it. I get how that can be exhausting. Again, ideally, in a world that doesn't exist, I would have really liked if we had 4 or 5 people that can argue decently and they have their head on their shoulder, kind of bring forward the argument instead of the mess that we had, because we could have sent a better message that way. I don't think we can be too mad about some people getting exhausted by the argument because of how it was presented.
So you think Gamergate should have like elected leadership or something like that?
Yes. Yes and no, because at the same time, maybe, but at the same time, the moment that you elect leadership, I would have never accepted someone else to talk for me. Like I am also part of the problem. And I always said that. Like don't I don't accept anyone in Gamergate to speak for me. I speak for myself. So on one side, it would have been better for the conversation. On the other side, it would have been worse for the representation because, like, also, I am terrified of thinking of who could have been the people elected to speak for Gamergate, considering what we sent on the second panel on the like
Well, to
it
be
would have
clear,
been a
like
disaster.
I don't think like Christina Hoff Summers or even Kathy Young are like that bad. I think it's just
Okay,
Milo, right?
Milo definitely by far, but I think Summers doesn't really have my like she was someone that agreed with some arguments that were already tangential and didn't really have much stake on anything game related, because how would she, honestly? And yeah, people just like that there was someone that is technically a feminist but was making arguments that resonated with them. And I wasn't honestly even agreeing with all the arguments. I
Sure.
defend the right to have them. Like it's not, oh, she should be silenced. No, that's fine. I don't always agree 100%, and that's fine. Kathy Young, I have to admit it's been a long time, so it's not like I remember everything. By what I remember, I think she was fine.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a couple weeks. I'll be interviewing her,
Okay.
most likely.
But
Yeah.
again, I was very adamant at the time, and I don't think I was necessarily wrong in saying I am representing myself.
No, I think that's fine.
I like you say people in Gamergate do this, do that, say this, say that. I didn't say that. I didn't do that. I am here as myself. And I was one of the few people that was getting in with his name and last name and everything. Like I wasn't hiding behind like three different nicknames and having like shit posting with the second account or stuff like that. I had my name. I had what I did in my life. I had everything on the open. So my opinion was really my opinion, and it was putting my name.
What do you think the media can learn about how they covered Gamergate?
Very little. Very little, honestly. Um, I think the way they covered it has issues, but there are issues that are not unique to Gamergate. I think there is a big problem with how um, honestly, it's a problem that is similar to uh, the same problems that game journalism have, and it's just the fact that I feel journalism should be a service. It would work way better if it wasn't um something that you have competition and you're trying to make money by how much attention you get, because that's how you get clickbait. Um Journalists would be so much better if it was a service, something that gets money to exist and gets and makes it a point to say things correctly, to research in a certain way, instead of trying to make the titles that is going to get more clicks and trying to be the first that breaks the news, even though is not necessarily the correct one. Um, but it's not a problem that is easy to solve, because having journalism that is state funded, for example, it, it becomes really difficult to criticize the government at that point. Like there's always something that is going to get in the way of having decent coverage. Um, and it's a real problem. It's not something that is easy to solve. And with Gamergate, when they were writing that Gamergate is doing horrible things, they were getting clicks. And there's no incentive to do anything better than that. So I don't know what they can learn in this kind of market that we have right now. Because if you do things the right way, you are basically not getting paid.
Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets that wrote articles about Gamergate to correct misinformation?
Um, I think I might have done it once, but I don't remember the context. What I was doing is a lot of those articles had comment sections. I definitely engaged in those comment sections.
Did anyone? You're obviously a games journalist. You moderated communities associated with the conversation.
Well, no,
You have
I've
your
never, I've
sorry,
never been a good
I'm sorry.
journalist.
You were
I've been a game developer.
you were a game developer at the time. You moderated discussions associated with this. You had your real name
Yep,
out there. Did anybody
yep.
from the press contact you for comment or anything?
No, but at the same time, I Against Gamergate was not contacted in any shape or form by journalists. It was the smallest one of the sub, like there was Kotaku in Action, there was Gamergazi. They were both bigger than Against Gamergate because that was where people that wanted to discuss were going, and most people didn't want to discuss. So no, and I was a name there pretty much. So no, nobody ever contacted me. If they did, even now, if someone wanted to contact me and talk about Gamergate, just like you're doing, I would. I will love to have like a panel with, I don't know, with Anisa Sarkeesian, for example. I will love that. But no, never happened and probably never will. And at this point, nobody cares anymore.
Well, hey, there's a bunch of anti-Gamergate people in my Discord, and I can get you in touch with Brianna Wu if you want to talk with her for real.
Oof, that's probably the wrong bus.
Well, she's
Like,
moderated a bit in recent years, a bit.
so sure, and yeah, I mean, also that things can change, etc. I just, I'm going to put the old school Gamergate hat back. I really don't like the way that she got into the conversation because I don't know if you remember the way that she got into the conversation. Brianna Wu is basically the anti Netscape, as in she started by creating this fake account where she was pretending to be in Gamergate and being an asshole.
Oh, that's right. She admitted that too, didn't she? Like, hang on,
Then
dude. Show me the receipts. As I remember seeing this referenced, and I'm pretty sure it was legit, but I don't have the receipts
it
immediately.
was legit, but I don't have any receipt about
She
anything
admitted it
related
on
to
Twitter.
Gamergate. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure,
Then
but I gotta get the receipts if we're gonna put it in the book.
then she started to make Gamergate all about her. And was like, "Oh, I am the main victim of Gamergate," blah blah blah, etc., etc. And we did the whole thing where we called the literally who.
Hang on, dude. I gotta. If this is a very serious claim, okay? Like, dude, you have
Sure.
what's the source on this? Because I know that she created the post on her Steam forums harassing herself allegedly. Well,
Yep. But I mean,
as
okay,
she says that she wanted to direct all of the harassment towards her in that one spot. That's what she says is the reason she did that. I don't know
yeah,
if you believe that or not, but that's her official story.
but like she was trying to garner a lot of attention, and then she started a political career.
But dude, send me. It doesn't have to be right now, but send me the at some point. The
Oh,
Brianna Wu creating
no,
pretending to,
no, no,
because
no,
she
no.
did create an account pretending to. Was that her or was it somebody else?
It was definitely her.
Okay.
But the thing is that I'm working by memory. I don't have any archive on anything related to Gamergate.
Okay.
Like I changed 4PC and a continent since then.
But you
As
know
in,
what? You know what we always said: trust but verify.
oh no, absolutely. Go and verify. I don't have any more proof to present to you.
So
I'm pretty confident about what I'm saying. Unlike, who had sex on camera. Like that is something I don't know about.
well,
Brianna
that's not a
Wu,
major claim. Nobody cares about the sex on camera thing. But like
yeah.
this, like Brianna Wu's reputation could be seriously harmed. Like if this isn't true.
I mean, you can also ask her. Maybe she's going to tell you.
Yeah, she might actually, because we both have a bunch of mutual contacts. Because I'm a
Hmm.
political streamer now,
Yep.
and we're all on a bunch of the same Discord servers together, and I know people who have had conversations with her recently, including pro GamerGate people, but her and I have not personally talked yet.
Gotcha.
So, but like it's something that possibly is in the works.
Okay.
Possibly even an interview like this. What should I ask her?
Oh, I mean, simply if it's true that she started engaging in Gamergate by making a fake account pretending to be in Gamergate.
Oh, no, not just about that in particular, but like, what do you
Oh,
like? You have the opportunity, or do you want me to set you up? I'll moderate the discussion if she trusts me to moderate. I don't
I
know if she will,
but
because it's
here's
me.
the thing. But here's the thing. I don't think that a discussion with her would. I don't think I have much to say to her, and not in a bad way. It's not in that I don't want anything to do with her. It's more like I don't think she was relevant to much of anything that I cared about. You know, like that's like I can talk to her, but what are we talking about?
Yeah. No, I
That,
I
that's it.
understand.
Like if it's someone else, like if we had like a discussion with, and I don't remember the name, but that guy from the game developer conference that said that he wanted to blacklist anyone that was in Gamergate, that is a conversation I will have. Like, I would like to talk with someone like that and let them know how I felt about it at the time, what it meant for me to be a developer that was involved in Gamergate, how I felt like it was not fair that it was treating us the way that when it was painting in broad strokes what Gamergate was. I was thinking that we were all a racer. Uh, why it was important as a developer to be involved in that conversation. That could be a conversation that is worth it. With Brianna Wu, I don't have any of these things to discuss.
Yeah. No, I mean, I kind of agree. Like I have the opportunity to talk with her, and it's like, well, what the fuck are we gonna say other than like, sh- what's that conversation gonna be? Other
Yeah.
than like, well, you 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 don't like Gamergate. She's like, yeah, I don't like Gamergate. It's like, well, I disagree.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no.
like what's the
To be completely honest, I don't like Gamergate is something that it's not that I would agree. It's more like I didn't like a lot of the people that were in Gamergate.
No, me either. I mean, I don't know about a lot, but I didn't like some.
I mean, here's the thing: a lot of people were always doing this guilty by association thing, and I always felt if there are reason for me to be in a certain position and have certain ideas, to give them up just because someone that is saying the same things is an asshole, it's a disservice to my own ideals. That was always my position. But I agree, that guy is an asshole. I don't like that guy at all. Fuck that guy. Like, but
The anti-Netscape. Gosh, you really were harsh on me, weren't you?
no, but you know what I mean. I mean, you were looking for clout, and she was looking for clout. You
Well, I
were
wasn't
only.
looking for clout. I
Oh,
legitimately
come
believed in the
on.
dude. So
Oh,
look, multiple things can be true at once, Scarlet. Okay,
yes,
I
absolutely.
legitimately believed in the cause 1,000%.
You,
I
I
was I
never,
was a
I,
hardcore true believer. Did I
I
also
never said you didn't.
did
I
I?
never said you didn't.
But
I
you're
just
making
said
it sound
you were
like.
looking for clout, though.
But like, do I have an ego? A little bit. I'm a streamer, bro.
Okay,
A
I,
streamer,
I
bro. We
have an
have
ego.
to.
I have an ego too.
Yeah, like I got a bit of an ego. I'm not gonna lie, maybe too much
Yeah,
of one at times, but I actually was a legitimate, true believer in the cause.
you were absolutely. I'm not denying that.
Yeah, but like this, like you make it sound like he's a grifter almost.
No, no, no. You you were sometimes a little bit too invested in how people looked at you.
Yeah, well,
You
true.
you wanted you but not in the sense that you were afraid that people would think badly of you. You were afraid that your name would not be recognized. Again, you wanted to be the anime protagonist of Gamergate. Tell me I'm wrong. Maybe I'm
No, so
wrong.
no, I mean, like
The impression was that.
it's well, like there was a time. So, but I don't think it wasn't like a bad thing even necessarily,
I
right?
didn't say
Because
that it was a bad thing.
no,
I
I know you're
said
not.
it
I
was
know
a
you're not.
thing.
But like so I got involved. I really cared about the cause, and then I'm like, well, you know what? I think I have a voice to add to the conversation. So I started doing streams, and I had my real
Mhm.
name out there too.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I mean, once it's out there, it's out there. But like, I wasn't going by Netscape. Well, I was on Twitter, but like on YouTube, I was using my full name, Kevin McDonald.
Uh-huh.
I was using my
Okay.
full name on my streams in the beginning. Um, and like, yeah, I was and then I wanted to make YouTube videos about it. And like I thought, like, hey, look, I can do this. This seems like it's something I'm passionate about. I'm learning new skills as I do it because I'm learning how to make videos. I'm learning how to edit. I'm learning how to do debates. I'm learning a lot of new skill. Like there's so many different aspects of like why you do something. And like
Absolutely.
yeah, like I'm getting and like dude, you remember like I was actually like moderately successful, like pretty successful actually, like in
Oh,
the
you were.
GamerGate space. Like
Yeah.
people like a lot of people didn't like me, but a lot of people also really respected me. And they're like, "Oh, you want to talk about GamerGate? Let me get you in touch with Netscape. He's the guy to go to." You know,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
very much so. My videos
And
were very popular in many
and
cases.
I'm going to say another thing. I had a little bit of that too. I think everybody did. Like everybody wanted some kind of recognition. Like I, at the very beginning of Gamergate, I was trying to get people together to do this blog that was going to be basically a digest of everything that is happening in Gamergate and in the conversation. And then it went nowhere, but I was definitely trying to uh, be more involved and become someone that did something that people recognize. Absolutely. Like, I'm not saying is wrong or anything. I'm just saying that was very clear that you were really invested in doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you're not wrong. I think in the beginning I was much more like that. I think I
Yeah.
mellowed out a lot over time.
Oh, probably.
But yeah, I mean, it's just it also that like positive reinforcement
Yeah.
of because like I did see a lot of success. You know, I got 2,000 subscribers, pretty
Oh,
much all of
absolutely.
whom were GamerGate people who and like nine, you know, some of them were like hate watchers and like anti-GamerGaters who disagreed, and that's totally cool. Like
Sure.
we can have civil discussions. But like most of the people, like they really respected me and viewed me as like a pillar of the
Yeah.
community, and they
Oh,
wanted
absolutely.
and I mean it feels good when a lot of
I
people
mean, yeah,
look at you that way.
me too. Me too with AGG. You know, and I when I was moderator of AGG and when I was not moderator of AGG, but I just drop out and stuff like that, I I made a lot of things about myself. Like again, I think that entire subreddit died in a sense because of me. The moment that I decided to drop from the moderator team for the second time, the entire thing kind of died because I went, this is unsustainable. I'm out of here, and everybody should leave. And a lot of people actually left. So I get it.
How much influence do you think that you or I actually had in the Gamergate conversation?
I think we were influential, quote unquote, when it comes to like if we had to do a ranking, aside from the fact that I'm not able to give you an actual ranking because it's complicated. But if we had to do a ranking, we would be pretty high. But at the same time, the actual influence that we had was relatively minimal, simply because there were so many people. It was so distributed on various venues. There was so much happening that nobody really had huge influence.
And that's part of what
But
made Gamergate so great too, that there was no
yeah,
leader, right? I mean, like, in
yeah,
some ways.
but we were definitely above the average crowd. Um, Now, to decide if it was a good thing, that's a different thing. Like there were a lot of people that did had influence in the conversation that were exactly great. Like that is not necessarily a club that you want to be in, because a lot of people that had some influence in the conversation were really shitty. Again,
Yeah.
we talked about Milo, we talked about Ralph Retort, internet aristocrat. There's like there's a lot of people that had following that should never have followed.
But at the same time, you know what? I think actually Gamergate was better because you and I were in it.
Maybe. I mean, I don't see myself as Gamergate is a better place because of me. But I I still have I find there is this post that was opened, I think on AGG, but maybe it was even in GGDiscussion. There was why the fuck Scarlet is considered this Gamergate wise guy. And it was just wild. But no, yeah, I mean, I was definitely, if anything, able to uh foster some conversation that had some value simply by becoming famous for being someone that doesn't stick to his side. I There's arguments that are valid and there are arguments that are just dumb and made to gain points for your side and in bad faith. There's been a lot of discussion that was so stupid, and now we see it in politics, about pedophilia. Everybody was accusing each other about being pedophiles, and it's like, these are, aside from the fact that nobody has proof of anything, has any valid argument about any of this. But are we really pretending that this is a concern and not just people trying to score cheap point against the others?
Well, when it came to one specific individual on the anti-GG side, who was very prominent, I think you know who I'm talking about. I
I
think
know
the
who you're
evidence
talking
was, I
about.
think the evidence was kind of strong. Even helicopter guy was like, "Yeah, I can't defend this person at all," and he's like, "I condemn 1,000%."
I mean, I I can accept that there was evidence or whatever, but why is it part of the conversation? Like in the topic of ethics in game journalism, why are we discussing about this person that is not a game developer, is not a game journalist, is just a random person that rants on the internet, as if it's something relevant that everybody involved in the conversation needs to pay attention of?
Well, I mean, Yes, but I mean, they were a very prominent person in the
And
anti-GamerGate community.
no, to be honest, the reason they were prominent is that they were pretty vitriolic on the internet, and they got that accusation. That's the only thing that were relevant. That am I wrong? Is there
No, I
something that I
dude,
missed?
I have to go like they were vitriolic, but they were very much I feel, and maybe I'd have to go back through, but I remember they were like one of the chief people like the anti-Gamergate people would point to and be like, "This is our person who we want to." But this was before
No,
the accusation came out.
no,
Yeah, I
no,
mean, I think
no,
so, especially
no,
on
no, no.
Twitter, on anti-GG Twitter, and also on Ghazi too. They were pretty well respected on Ghazi. Ghazi even defended them after the allegations came out.
Oh, absolutely, because people were defensive about their side and they wanted to win points. But no, like as in, they weren't relevant about anything other than the fact that for us it was an easy target, and we were constantly trying to score points on that person. And the other side was trying to defend themselves and try to not let us score points on that person. But when it comes to the discussion, they were completely inconsequential.
Did the media's coverage of Gamergate change your level of trust in the media?
No, but that's because I already had an opinion of the media that is. I want to say that my opinion on the media is balanced, as in, I I know that they're not infallible. I know that there's a lot of pressure on doing things a way that is not particularly good for the media. Like it's not about being precise, it's about being fast and getting the attention. And that was true before Gamergate. So no, my level of disappointment remained the same.
If a journalist who got Gamergate wrong in your view is reading this now, what do you want them personally to reconsider?
I I mean, in 2023, I think that the ship kind of sailed. I just wish that they weren't using the name because it gets summoned again every now and then to describe things if they don't really have much knowledge of what happened and they didn't do a lot of research on what happened. But at the same time, again, it's 2023. I kind of don't give a fuck anymore. As in, we even here we are agreeing that it's dead. It happened. It's in the past. Let it die. You know.
Have you seen the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
That actually, that unlike the media and the news in general, that is something that changed my perspective, but not necessarily Gamergate itself, as much as I saw how Gamergate was covered, and then I discovered a whole bunch of articles and a whole bunch of things, and I started to look into the edit wars on Wikipedia and just realized that it was a shit show to begin with. I put way too much trust on Wikipedia when, yeah, it's kind of a mess.
By the way, if anyone is watching this and they were involved in the Wikipedia article on either side, um, I think you'd have an interesting perspective to add to the conversation. I'd like to interview you.
Mhm.
Would you like to see the narrative change on Gamergate?
Like, it would be nice but I don't think it matters too much at this point. Because again, it's over. I think game journalism has changed from it. Again, I see the disclosures, I see um it's not perfect, but definitely there's been more attention to certain things that we were complaining about. And even if they don't probably most people don't feel like Gamergate in general was a good actor when it comes to those changes, but those changes happened and those changes happened after Gamergate, so it worked. So no, I mean I feel it would be nice, but it's not going to lead to anything, you know.
Do you think it's do you think that the media getting this so wrong, well, one, has it impacted your conscious experience as a person? And two, do you think it's important for the history books?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's going to be much of an history book about Gamergate. I think that in 10 more years, we will not, most people will not know what Gamergate is. So I don't think there's going to be a history. Like, I know that you're trying to write the history book, but yeah, I don't think there will still be a conversation about it.
Really?
I
Because
mean,
people either have like super divergent views on this. Because it seems like some people like you are like, well, maybe it wasn't really that big of a deal in terms of history. Other people on both sides are like, Gamergate caused Trump to be elected. Gamergate
oh,
was the first battle of the culture war.
don't get me
Gamergate
wrong.
was extremely important. You know, people have like
I heard
divergent views.
I heard those arguments and I think they're dumb. On the matter of Gamergate got Trump elected, no. I think there are correlations. I think that what happened with the Trump election is parallel with what happened with certain people in Gamergate, like how people got so tribalistic, etc. But I think that it was something that was brewing in society. And it just expressed in both of these events. I don't think there is a correlation. Like, let's put it this way. I think that if someone had a political idea, if someone uh, generally used to vote Democrat, and then Gamergate happened and decided, I'm going to vote for Trump, I think that is a special kind of stupid. Like, I don't believe, like, I believe, if anything, that there's a lot of very young, very impressionable people that didn't had very strong opinions about politics, and they might have been tipped towards Trump. But that is more like peer pressure that always happened for whatever. You're surrounded by people that tell you to vote one way, and you think those people are cool and you're voting that way. But it's not because anything that was relevant to Gamergate, honestly.
Well, do you want to hear the smart argument for how Gamergate was important? It's not the Gamergate caused Trump thing
Sure, no,
that
no,
you see the
sure.
media say. Like
I,
that's
I mean,
bullshit.
I,
I agree.
I heard,
But
I heard several, but sure.
I think I think that Gamergate represented this massive cultural flashpoint where there were a lot of these really weird far left social ideas that were being tried out in society, and nobody was really ever pushing back on some of these ideas. And that part of what
What are these
Gamergate did,
ideas?
well, that we shouldn't platform people with offensive views, that people should silence conversations and shut them down rather than have them. and that like white men are evil, all these like sort of weird kind of fringe ideas, and that for a while these ideas were beginning to seep into the mainstream in academia, in the media, in Hollywood. That these ideas were becoming very popular. That you shouldn't have conversations with people who disagree with you. There's still people who believe this. That you need to silence your opposition, crush them by any means necessary. And then that sort of mindset and some of those ideas were beginning to proliferate in society. And that Gamergate was just like the first major group of people to push back against them in a very public, very loud, very clear way. Now, that's not the whole
So,
Gamergate story, right? Part of Gamergate's about ethics, part of Gamergate's about
sure.
creative freedom. But I think that like is like a major thing. And maybe if it wasn't Gamergate, 5 years later there would have been some other pushback. Maybe
So
even
I
10 years
have
later.
I have two issues with that. The first one is that a lot of the ideas that you're describing, uh, they are not necessarily what Gamergate was about. And I'm not saying that as in there were people that were about that. But there's a lot of both sides. A lot of the ideas were very muddled, way more than people recognize. Um, and the second thing is that happened before. Like Gamergate, honestly, is the backlash that we care about in a sense, but there's always been people that try to silence the opposition. There's always been people that stand up to that. I'm not even talking in the last 50 years. I'm talking for as long as humanity has existed. There's always been censors. There's always been demagogues. There's always been uh, people that try to have the conversation being the only conversation. This is nothing new,
Oh,
and
I
this is
agree.
nothing like I don't has always happened, will always happen, and Gamergate is not that special in that sense.
These ideas have always existed, and there's always been people who are censors. I agree, but these things ebb and they flow, and
Yeah,
they have high points and they have low points, and there has been this ideological capture in many of the institutions of the left, where the left-wing view historically, in very recent memory, was this sort of ACLU, free speech, bad ideas die in the sunlight. You should debate people, not silence them. Like that was very much what the left was about 10, 15 years ago.
but it is still that way, and
Not
it's
as
still
much. Not at
but
all.
but no,
Maybe not at all.
but that's the thing. It's not true. As in, those people are still there, and people that do not think like that always existed. It's more a matter of who has the loudest megaphone at that point, or who you are paying more attention to. But I can guarantee you that always existed. Like there's there's always been a lot of people that wanted to censor everything that is conservative and right wing because they consider those ideas dangerous. And there's always been people that are like, no, let them talk and let the like that has always been a thing.
Sure,
The
but they have
difference
power now. They didn't have power before.
do do they? What is this power?
Well,
Like what
let's look at the fact that the vast majority of Americans are afraid to talk about their political opinions.
I
How about
I
or
know
yeah.
I know those people. Like I have a lot of friends that are kind of like that. On both sides, by the way, that is happening because there's a lot of people that are afraid of saying something against Trump, even though they think he's a moron. But all the conservative friends, they think that they might be on his side. Um, I never had that fear. I don't have that fear in front of them. Sometimes there are people that tell me, tell me things that are absolutely rational, but they anticipate with a bunch of disclaimers like, I generally don't think things like that, but like, no, that's perfectly okay. It always happened.
But it's
Like
way worse, dude.
it's
You
like
have you have major universities
no. Here's what
that
changed. Here's what actually changed, and what a lot of people are not addressing. I was born in 1982. In 1982, we were, I believe, less than 5 billion people. And if you, 82 is not like I wasn't born like in the 50s. And your ideas remained in your hometown. Your voice remained in your hometown. You had a very restricted group. Everybody had your own experiences and everything like that. Today, we are 8 billion people hyper connected on the internet, and every single opinion of these 8 billion people is in the open in the same platform as everybody else. That is the real change. Nothing else has changed. What has
oh,
changed is
dude,
that
that's not
you're
true.
interfacing with everybody else.
Look, social media obviously has changed things drastically, and including in some pretty bad ways. But you also have major universities saying that yes, we know that the study we did was flawed, but we think that the political ramifications of us recanting the study are too would be too great. So we're going to keep it up anyway and not correct it.
You're you're saying that in the 50s the universities were not deciding what to get out based on political opinions?
I'm sure they probably did,
Yeah.
and that's bad too. Like it's
Oh,
not a
that's bad
good thing.
too. But what I'm saying is it's not new. This has always happened.
You have the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, literally considered their vaccine advisory committee seriously considered a plan that was going to kill more people, including more African Americans in terms of total number of deaths. They literally considered a plan. They seriously put it under advisement. This plan that was going to kill more Americans, including more African Americans,
Mhm.
but that the African American under this plan, the African American percentage of the population that would die would be lower than the white percentage. So even though more overall black people would die and more overall Americans would die, they were going to put in this plan that they knew would kill them, but they would be a
I
lower percentage of the population because this was them fighting against systemic racism. Like this was literally
I
the top level of our government.
I have a response to do all the arguments that are like this. Um, I am generally an optimist, and every time someone says something like that, I ask, name the time where it was better. Like, tell me the moment in time where things were better on whatever you just said, and we slipped from there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was a kid during like the 90s and 2000s, but it does actually
Absolutely.
seem like race relations were actually probably better then. And
They weren't. There were also people that were thinking about stuff like the AIDS epidemic as a solution to the gay problem. You know, like
well,
things have
I
always had.
said race relations specifically, right? Obviously,
No,
we made
no,
a
no,
lot
no.
of
I know,
progress on on gay.
but
I'm
just to
I'm pro
say,
gay. I'm pro every.
absolutely. But just to say, there's always been shitty people doing shitty things. We have the means to pay way more attention to it right now because of how connected we are. And because the fact that we have everybody has a video camera 24/7, everybody has a way to say their opinion or say what happened to them 24/7 on a platform where everybody is.
Yeah,
That is what changed.
yeah. Again, I maybe you're right, but I mean, there is very much a very real change where large swaths of the left don't believe in discourse.
Sure,
That is very much a very
absolutely.
real
You're
phenomenon.
right.
And look, the right's the
It's
same
true.
way.
Oh
I don't
no,
give
no,
them
absolutely.
cover, but
You're right. You're right. There's a bunch of people in the left that they are not interested in discourse. That was always true. That has always been true.
these people didn't have power before, okay?
I continue to not see this change in power. I see a lot of like just like in the video games, I see a lot of ranting. I see a lot of people saying this shouldn't happen, but I don't see people actually make it not happen. I don't
If
see
we
people actually making sure that the discussions do not happen
if we talk
because the
about
discussions are happening.
well, right now would be a good example of it, right? Because right now I'm live streaming on
Yeah,
Twitch. If
yeah,
you express any even slight disagreement about the transgender stuff in any
uh huh,
way, well, even if
uh
it's
huh.
just like about sports, even if it's just about
Sure,
whether or not puberty
sure.
blockers are the best approach for
I
any
I know
aspect,
where you're
we'll
going
get
to.
banned. We'll get banned from
Okay,
Twitch if we
and you get banned
criticize it
from
in the
Twitch.
slightest way. The
Can
slightest
you
way.
open? Can you open a blog about it?
So so see right. You have for now, sure, but the fact is these are also the platforms that are the public square. If you get banned from like major social media sites, you're basically off the internet. You're not able to participate in the mainstream discourse.
No, no, because people that want to look for your opinion can reach you. Like the thing that you're complaining is that a specific platform is not catering to you, which they don't have an obligation to begin with. And they never had an obligation. And in the past, it was worse because a lot of the big platforms were not even open to the public, but they were just personal interest of personal people that were just sending the message. So things didn't get worse.
If they are a large platform, they probably should be required to accept. They should be viewpoint
I'm
neutral.
not sure that I agree. As long as you have alternatives, which you have, and yeah, no, I don't. I'm not sure I
Well,
agree.
even the alternatives, though, right? Look at Russell Brand, right? He's been accused. Maybe he's guilty. I don't know. I haven't looked into the case, but
Sure.
he's been accused of sexual assault.
Yeah.
And what has happened? There's a massive campaign right now. Right now, he's not been found guilty in a court of law. He hasn't been found guilty yet, right? He's still maybe he's innocent, right? We don't fucking know, man. He's got
Yeah.
allegations against him. But what's this? The
Sure.
members of the British Parliament are literally demanding that Rumble, the site where he's on, the alternate media platform, the alternative to Twitch, the alternative to Kick, they're demanding
Uh-huh.
that they censor him and remove
Sure.
him and demonetize him. Members of
Demanding,
parliament are demanding this.
but are they legiferating about it?
Not yet, but if the government is demanding that you censor somebody,
Like the moment that they sign a law, I will be concerned. But they didn't, and I don't think they will. I don't think that is going to happen.
but the UK is a society where if you tell jokes that are bad, like you teach your dog how to do a Nazi salute, you literally are you're literally attacked by basically the Gestapo. The police will come after you.
Oh, come on, no.
No, yes, it's not a criminal. It's a criminal offense. It's a criminal offense to teach your dog
Honestly,
to do a Nazi salute.
honestly, if you want to make that example, talk about Germany because there is literally outlawed. You don't agree with it?
I don't. I believe in freedom of speech.
Okay, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't.
I I
Good.
I think that given the specific circumstance of a place like Germany, that might be warranted. necessarily a big fan of the fact that it's necessary, but aside from what happened actually during World War II, even after, with how many people were killed by people that, were recruited through that message, it's an actual public concern. And you still have ways to express yourself.
We don't what there's a couple things that one, I would not ever let anyone decide for me what I'm allowed to think or what I'm allowed to hear. And I also there are not good reasons to think that, like, oh, if we make it illegal for people to teach their dog to do a Nazi salute, or if we make it illegal for you to draw a swastika or whatever, that this is
Mhm.
going to actually prevent fascists from coming to power. If anything,
No,
the
I
countries
agree.
that have the hate speech laws seem to be having a problem. Like, there's a reason that the National Front in France is literally the second most popular party, right? And they have tons of hate speech laws on the books. It doesn't seem to be stopping them.
Mm,
Your country,
but
Italy, your country,
but it,
Italy, has a
but it,
fascist prime minister, right?
but it's not. But that is not the cause one way or the other. Like, it's not that they're raising to power because someone forbid to write this to draw this swastika. Like, those are not the causes. Specifically when it comes to Italy, the left wing has not done anything for 30 years. So I don't even think that the majority in Italy is right wing. It's just that the left wing doesn't have anyone to vote that has an original thought and has a plan. So
But your hate speech laws didn't stop that.
no, but why would they? Like, as in,
Well, the whole point
like
is of the hate
like
speech laws is to stop Nazis from coming to power, but turns out it doesn't stop them at all.
well, the thing that actually stops Nazi from coming to power is that they change the structure of power, which is why you have a quote unquote fascist under government, and still nobody is being like nothing is really happening in Italy. There's there's some laws that are definitely controversial when it comes to LGBTQ, etc. But it's not like they're gassing the gay and the Jews in Italy right now. Like, let's talk about it. Like, what is happening is that you have a milder right wing government than you had with Trump in America, really, because the whole society is structured so that, first of all, nobody gets the power to do that kind of shit, and second, the entire society agrees on the basic rules of living in a society where you value human life and stuff like that. So it's not really relevant.
I mean, you yourself said that it was a fascist government, and
It
look,
is.
I
It
agree.
absolutely is.
You need to have in a liberal democracy. You need to have checks and balances and constitutions that
Absolutely.
protect the rights of the minority. Like, I 1,000% agree. Like, I'm not against that at all. I'm against hate speech laws, and hate speech laws did not stop a fascist from coming to power in your own country.
Yeah. But I don't think that uh, that was the goal to begin with. Like, the hate speech laws are not there to block like the political rise of a party or another.
Then what purpose do they serve?
Well, to make sure that the dignity of everybody, like regardless of the gender, race, religion, etc., is preserved. Like, that's the main thing.
Preserved from what? Because, like, it seems like at the end of the day, all this hate speech stuff is it is using the violence of the state to suppress people for having opinions that you don't like, for thoughts in their head. And I don't believe that the power of the state and I don't believe the state should exercise violence against people for thoughts that they have.
Can I flip the argument on the other side? Why is it so important to you to have the right to be racist? Like, just so we understand each other. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have it, but why is it important to you?
Because I don't trust the people. I don't trust anyone to define what is and what isn't racist. I mean, you were a part of
Okay.
Gamergate. Tons of people would say that you're a racist just for supporting this movement, even though it's obviously not true.
To
Um,
to be honest, and I want to point it out, I don't believe there's been many people that accuse me of being racist or sexist or anything like that that had even the briefest conversation with me. What I was mainly accused is, oh, you are a useful idiot for the racists and the fascists that are in Gamergate, and you are helping them spreading the message. And I'm really not. I mean, fighting all day, so. But no, I wasn't really accused of anything like that because it was very clear when anybody was talking to me, it was very clear that I was not one.
but they used that excuse to shut down the conversation across many
Mm,
platforms.
I mean, I mean, they might have tried to do that, but not a lot of conversation was shut to me. Like, like I had plenty of opportunity to talk about Gamergate. Otherwise, I would have given up probably if there was no conversation to be had.
And I also have this objection to the idea that we should silence people because they have opinions or they have literally thoughts in their head, and that
No,
this is casus belli to
I
enact the
agree with
powers of
that
the
point.
state against them.
I
Like,
agree with that point. Don't get me wrong. I am
and it
definitely
makes
on
the
the
left. Sorry, go ahead.
I am definitely on the camp of the sun is the best disinfectant, and having everybody express their opinion and show how stupid they are in a sense. As in, I definitely, I think you know me enough to know that I definitely never been afraid of the conversation.
But the left is
But
so much. Sorry, go ahead.
you're talking about the left again like it's a monolith, which is not.
I'm on the left. Like, I very much am.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
they look the
Who is
the
they?
left the le-
First
so
of all, if I am on the left and you are on the left, who is they?
I'm never gonna be able to make this point. The left, though, large segments of the left, which I'm a part of, and I see it all the time. I see it pretty much every day, especially in the space that I'm operating in. They don't know how to argue. They don't know how to defend their points. They don't know how to make counter arguments. They're the worst debaters. The left doesn't
Yeah,
know anything about how to argue. Very few exceptions, like Destiny, people like that. Most of the people on the left, if they encounter a right-wing idea, they don't know how to counter it. They have no idea because they spend all of their time in their echo chambers. They spend all of their time reaffirming themselves and each other, and they don't know how to debate. It makes the left worse debaters, and it makes them more out of touch, and it makes them unwilling to defend the ideas that are actually good because they don't know what to do when they encounter. It's like Christopher Hitchens pointed this out.
No,
If
says
I
your boss.
encounter Christopher Hitchens, if you encountered a flat Earth person,
yeah,
and you'd have to think to yourself, how am I going to dismantle this argument? Maybe that's something worth considering and thinking about. Like, how am I going to be able to tackle this bad idea? But a lot of people on the left, not everybody, right? There's people like me, there's people like Destiny,
sure.
who are able to debate these people and like actually have good arguments and good ideas. But most people don't, because they just want to shut down all the conversations. And this is
Yeah,
leading to people like Trump getting elected, right? Why Trump is a backlash to this extreme censoriousness. It didn't stop Trump. If anything, it emboldened him, I think.
I'm not sure you're right about this is what got Trump elected. I don't agree with that. I, in a sense, agree with the rest, but I think that is more generalized than that. Um, I think a lot of people, both on the right and the left, are just dumb. A lot of people are more invested um into winning the argument than having a good argument. A lot of people don't care about having a dialogue. And again, it's not left, it's both sides. And that's it. Like it's just human beings that are flawed, and they've always been like that. Like, like think about just religion and how uh is something that was ubiquitous in the life of everybody and could not be questioned. Like, there's always been people that are dogmatic, people that find it more convenient to adhere to a set of rules and views without ever questioning them, that are used to shut down a conversation rather than questioning their own ideas. Always happened, always will. I don't think it's a problem specifically of the left. I don't see any better on the other side. And I don't see anything better happening before.
Okay. Well, hey, I'll. Anything else you want to say about the political or free speech side of this? I'll give you the final word.
Uh, let's say political. Honestly, again, as I said, I'm an optimist. I think that things are moving in the right direction. But when things move in the right direction, you should be prepared for a backlash. And what we are seeing is more like a backlash. There's a lot of people that don't like how the world is going, but for the most part are older generations. And for the most part are people that are already losing the argument. Um, Even stuff like the war in Ukraine. Like, people are scared right now and it makes sense, but Russia was always a problem. Russia always had nukes. The only thing that changed is that we thought that it was the second army in the world, and now is the second army in Ukraine. Um, like, like there's a lot of things that are scary because the people that are losing are mad about it and they're lashing out. The lashing out is the part that is scary. They're not winning. Like, you have the right wing having people aside from black people on the right wing, but people that are openly gay because they already gave up on the entire argument. They still, you know, rant about it. They still just go, "Oh no, the LGBTQ," but they have to elect them because they know that there is no way to turn back. A lot of the shitty things that are getting more attention, they are they're a death throw of ideologies that are dying. And they're not even dying because there is something else that is destroying. Like, the thing that people need to understand is that the fringe and the people that are loud are not the people that are moving the needle. The people that are moving the needle are the people that are just living their life and think that those people are lunatics. And that is the majority of people. The majority of people is not that active, is not that loud, is not that invested. Like, even with Trump got elected. Trump got elected with 3 million votes less than his opponent. Like, the popular vote has not been won by the Republican for how much? 50 years?
Well, I think a little bit sooner than that, since 2000, right? Or 2004, technically.
No. Who? Bush?
Bush, his second term, he won the popular vote.
wasn't the second term even in doubt if he won at all
No, that
with
was the first
with what
term.
happened in Florida?
That was the first term. That was
Maybe it
2000.
was the first one. Are you sure that he got the vote? I can look it up, but
But but
the
but
thing is,
but yes, they've only won one popular vote in the past like 30
the
years.
and the way that they win for the most part, aside from a lot of gerrymandering and voter suppression, but is always with the old generation that are dying. There's even people in the Republican Party that propose to raise the age for voting to 21 because they know that anyone between 18 and 21 is going to give them a fucking beating in the next election. And they don't even realize that if they do that, they just trade one vote for people that will vote for 50 years and have a reason to never vote for you. Things are moving in that direction. Like there's going to be people that complain about the gays, but the gays are not going away and they're not going back into the closet. They complain about trans people. Trans people are not going back into the closet. They're going to be accepted more and more, and there's going to be some backlash. There's going to be stuff that is not pretty, but it's not going the other direction. There's going to be people that are trying to resist progress, but progress still is going to happen. And it's going in one direction. It's not going back and forth. It's going decidedly in one direction constantly. And I am concerned on one side for the backlash. I'm concerned for violence that might happen, etc. But I'm not concerned for the future. I think the future is going to be fine.
All right, a positive note, Scarlet. Thank you, thank you. We do just have
What?
last few questions if you want to
Sure.
wrap this up relatively soon. All right. The most important, most controversial question of them all. Are you ready?
Sure.
What's your favorite video game?
Ooh. Ha. It's a big question. um, let's put it this way. As of late, so oh no, actually, I have one that I want to prop up, if anything, because it's one obscure game, and I think it needs more traction. I played this game called Shadow of the Forbidden Gods, and it's a small indie game, horrible art and everything, where you play as an eldritch god that is trying to corrupt and destroy the world. And there is a chosen one that is trying to stop you. And for the rest, you have a whole world that can go on the side of the chosen one, or you can start to embroil them, corrupt them, start civil wars, make them fight each other. I played, I think, 28 hours nonstop when I got it. I just didn't sleep for a day and couldn't let it go. Spectacular game, cost almost nothing, and it's great. It's pure gameplay, no fluff, no sophisticated graphic, no anything. It's just one dude making a game.
Did you attend a GamerGate meetup?
No. Especially because when I was actually active, I was in Italy. Not going to take a plane to go anywhere where things were happening.
Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate?
I mean, um, I was friend with a few people. Honestly, I lost contact with a lot of them. Like, there's some people that I have on Discord, but we don't really talk regularly. the main thing is my wife, really. Like that's the main, like I married someone. Um she actually has more contacts than me. But yeah, no, I mean I also, again, I changed continent, so I rebuilt basically from scratch my entire social circle. But yeah, aside from my wife, I don't really have much contacts with a lot of people.
Speaking of your wife, any chance I could convince her to do an interview?
Not in your no, there's no way.
Even on
Um,
condition of anonymity?
no, I don't think that. First of all, she's not interested.
Uh,
And she probably doesn't have much to say in any way. But no, if you think about it, even at the time, she's one that abandoned the conversation at several points because she was fed up with it. So no, not really.
do you have any thoughts on?
Also,
Go ahead.
also, she's just saying to me, tell him it's because I'm a professional and I don't need the attention.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or Gamergate related art projects?
I mean, there were some that were cute, like what is it called? Cucurullo, something like that. It was this Spanish artist that made a bunch of comic books, like comic strips, really, about Vivian James, but it was a cute thing.
What was your favorite moment during Gamergate?
Favorite moment. I, I mean, something that is Gamergate related, definitely that conversation between Total Biscuit and Steven Totilo. I think that was the moment that was really constructive and it led to something.
If you could have changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
Mm, I mean, if I could somehow erase all the harassment, all the death threats, all the nastiness of it, absolutely. But I I don't see a way to do it outside of the realm of fantasy. Um, but yeah, definitely that.
What would you personally have done differently during Gamergate?
Honestly, I might be an arrogant bastard, but I think I didn't do anything wrong. No, honestly, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is something there. There's probably some stuff that I said that I know something that is not specifically Gamergate related, but just it's very clear that I said something, and seeing how things happen later, I was so wrong. I I said something stupid like, "Ah, yeah, Russia's not going to invade anyone." So I was wrong about that. But no, Gamergate related, I had my opinions. I think that my opinions will always like I definitely posted some posts that were like a little bit cringe looking back. But aside from that, no, I think I did okay.
Good guy, Scarlet. We all made some cringe posts back then, let's be
Oh yeah,
honest.
no, cringe absolutely. I still make cringe posts. Like but no, yeah, I like I'm not complaining about anything that I was doing. I think I did okay. Sometimes probably I got there's people that got under my skin for one reason or another, and maybe I didn't give the best responses in those occasions, but those things happen sometimes.
What you should have said was, I would have voted to ban you from the forums, Netscape.
Nah, nah. There's other people that warranted bans, like way more than you did.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. It's all about learning and becoming better people and forgiveness. So,
Sure. Yeah.
do you do you forgive the people both on your side who were bad and on the other side?
I mean, unless they caused actual harm, and I don't think that there's a lot of cases of that actually happening. Yes. Like um I think that a lot of things and how they happened are really the result of um how invested people were into the side. And I think that, again, it's 2023. It's almost been 10 years. Let's just let it go. Like, a lot of people said a lot of stupid things. It happened. It's not a big deal at this point.
Let's say it's 10 years from now and an online movement is looking to Gamergate, Black Lives Matter, and Occupy Wall Street for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
Definitely don't look for guidance in GamerGate. There isn't much to look for guidance. The only thing, again, it's like sometimes if you make enough of a mess, you're going to obtain some reasonable things. I believe that we did, but I also believe that a lot of the people that were in it didn't wanted justice, wanted more, or were the people that were pushing things too far. So no, in general, don't take that as an example. Like there's a lot not to do for a lot of movements that happen. So no, you can look at better things.
What have you personally learned from Gamergate?
Again, it gave me a window ahead of time of a lot of issues and polarization that exist in American society. That is what I learned.
I know we've touched upon this a little bit, but was Gamergate successful in your eyes?
Oh yeah, yeah. Not not in the prettiest of ways, but yeah, I think it was.
What do you think of this interview project?
I I think that I think that it's probably coming a little bit too late. Not gonna lie, as in, I don't think that um there's a lot of attention to the topic for good reasons, because there's no reason to pay attention to it right now. I think that a lot of things changed and moved on. But I support it, as in, like I will lie if I said that I don't find myself like imagining still having discussions about certain issues. Like, and again, as I said, I would be absolutely open to have like interviews with people that were relevant at the time. So I get it. I I don't know how many people will be interested, but I get why it's important, especially for us.
Who is it you want to talk to that you would?
I mean, I mean, in general, like the best will be me and Hoax. That will be amazing. I don't know, like Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Queen, um, any person that actually was significantly impacted on the other side. Like mostly because I feel like a lot of people that had the negative impact um probably tends to see it as a monolith, as in there were these bad actors that were doing these things, and it would be interesting to give them both the perspective of I really don't think that the kind of harassment that you received was warranted, but I also would like to let them know why it was important for some of us to be in Gamergate and that it wasn't about antagonizing certain people.
If this is a real question. If I get you in touch with Hoax One or with Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian, will you actually do it?
Absolutely. Now, the funny part is that I think it's less likely that you manage with Ox One than anybody else.
You're probably right. Actually, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't
Like,
know,
there's this
maybe not.
perception that Hoax is like ultra bad faith. That's the perception people have. But
But but but
like,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I feel like so much water has went under the bridge that does it matter? It doesn't matter to me. Like, as in, I wouldn't be super hostile and just go, you're a piece of shit. Like, it's just, yeah, no, let's talk about things that happened back then and just
yeah,
laugh about it.
yeah. I actually reached out to Hoax.
Did you?
Yeah, he didn't reply, but he's not active on Reddit anymore. Like his last Reddit post
Yeah.
was like ages ago, if I heard. So I'm not even sure if he saw it.
No. But I know that he had several accounts.
By ages ago, I mean his last post was 3 years ago. So I don't.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna.
No, every now and then I see the one post that I have saved from Hoax where me and Lilith just announced that we were going to marry, and he said that he gave our marriage 6 months. so so uh for the first few anniversaries, every time I was going on Reddit and reposting that post.
I remember you would post about, yeah. You'd be like, "Oh yeah, we
Yeah.
made it. we made it 2 years. We made it." Yeah.
Yep.
Well, honestly though, it's been so long. Hoax might be a completely different person now. He really could
Oh
be.
yeah, but also like aside from possibly being a completely different person, it's also a completely different context. As in, we don't have a reason to be on each other's throat. And honestly, ideologically, we're kind of on the same side and always have been. Like on anything that is not Gamergate.
Well, hey, while we're on the topic of Hoax One, some people reading this book might hold a negative view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, Gamergate was complex. Has had a lot of different people, and whatever opinion you have of Gamergate, you're probably right for certain people and wrong from others. And there's definitely a lot of people with a lot of different views that were involved for various reasons. That's it.
Yeah,
No opinion is right or wrong about Gamergate simply because it wasn't really unified.
Scarlet, we have the one more question coming up. I'm very sad that the interview is coming to a close. I really am. It's been good to reconnect, and I feel like this has been a very interesting discussion. Even though I admit I got a little bit into the argument mode a little bit with
Sure,
you, which I try not to actually with these interviews. I try to argue devil's advocate, um,
sure,
but when it came to like the free speech stuff, I think we had like a really good discussion there that was like interesting to
yeah,
explore. And I think it's interesting too, like that we're both in GamerGate, and we have very different perspectives, very different priorities with GamerGate, very different ways of looking at it. And I think that that's part of the story, and it's a beautiful part of the story.
absolutely.
All right, last question. Anything else you want to talk about regarding GamerGate?
I, I think really that everything has been said. Um, Honestly, most of the things is what you wanted to pay attention about it. Because, again, the conversation was so confused, was so chaotic. There were so many people involved. It was absolutely not organized. But the thing I think that um, that was important about it is that some people realized how we don't really have two sides on anything that we believe in. It's we are 8 billion people, which makes us 8 billion sides. Everybody has his own ideas. And most of those ideas are not that dogmatic. There's there's more than left and right. There's more than being conservative or progressive. There's more than being Gamergate or anti-Gamergate. There's things are more like we group things for convenience to label them to have like the in group and the out group, but it's always a simplification. Things are always way more complex than that.
All right. Well, hey, thank you, Scarlet. It's been a fun conversation. We can talk off air for a little bit if you want to. Also, you should send me an invite to the After Dark Discord. What the heck, buddy?
Ooh, I will ask people that are there because again, I'm not really involved, so it's about them, not about me.
All right, all right. Well, and if they at least float the idea for me, because
Okay,
I think some of them actually probably would be interested in doing this.
hey, I will do
Tax
that.
time probably would for sure, and maybe Judge Holden and Shoden and them too.
Mhm. I will do that.
I'll be sure to leak the link on Baphomet too. Don't worry.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
No, obviously, that part's not even gonna be in the book. That's no. Obviously, that's a joke. All
Is
right.
it
Well, hey,
though?
it is. It is indeed. I guess you have to invite me and find out.
Yeah,
But no,
sure.
no, I'm good faith. I'm good faith. So we're gonna raid Kanir on Twitch and on YouTube. We're gonna raid Erudite. So tell them that Tachyon sent you, and have a good night. We're still live for just another minute here, Scarlet. Just a heads up.
Okay.